Hello. Morning. Good morning. Bonjour. Buongiorno. Dias.
Hello everyone, Cap here, and welcome to Nice Day for Fishing. This game is an incremental fishing RPG in which you literally have to fight fish to catch them, level up your character, equip new gear. Bernard, he said it's really dangerous. Oh yeah, I heard that. Really dangerous. Let's go mug him. But Bernard, he said only a sorcerer can handle it. Hey, what are we? Well, we're muggers. Yeah, and what do muggers do? Well, they mug people. So let's go mug him. These two dummy muggers, they remind me of Lufia. Lufia 2. And here, take some more garlic as a reward for the fish. I have plenty. I already stole everything. But I take even more. Alright. Kind of evil. I wonder what will happen if I give me attacks. I will need it at some point. Give me that real quick. One more. Okay. Let's save mana, no? Or stamina, it's called. Might have waited too long, actually. Whoops. How much is healing? Wait. Can I get more stamina, please? Wait, hold.
Brain.
A high quality video game and release it on Steam. Why? Well, one, to prove I can do it. Two, because I thought it'd be pretty cool. And three, who wouldn't love to explore the Antarctic driving cool snow cars in an epic snowstorm? Definitely not these guys. I wanted to create a game that doesn't just look good for a YouTube video. I wanted it to be something that people could actually play, love it or hate it, and share it around with their friends. You know, like an actual video game. I also like creating story-based games that require your attention. It's not a phone game, it's not an infinite scrolling RPG with a million options, or an online shooter. You gotta sit down, turn the music up, and really give it your all. So, let's get to it. What is Project Hailstorm? They say that comparison is the thief of joy, but sod that. If you play the game and you said it reminds you of The Thing, you've basically just said that I'm John Carpenter's son. And with that, Project Hailstorm is a mixture of The Thing, Firewatch, and Half-Life. It's an atmospheric walking simulator with some light puzzle elements and a touch of mystery.
Work is bullshit.
The work is mysterious and important.
Set in the depths of the Antarctic, you enter the shoes of a science team sent to recover what happened at a top-secret dig site.
Did you increase your mic voice?
You enter right as Prometheus,
Are you mean?
codename for one of the scientists, is just about to reach the entrance.
As
of the
being
project.
the same
Before we start getting into the nitty-gritty of how this
same
works,
volume forever.
let's start from the beginning. It all starts in late 2023. I was sat there brainstorming some ideas. I tried to do a few things that range from the drivable snowcat,
Maybe I lower the video volume.
Moon Rally. Pretty quickly abandoned after realizing that driving on the moon is awful. There was a big chunk of time between when the project started and it actually becoming a game. Honestly, not much from the initial idea made it into the final game. In fact, originally, this wasn't even going to be a game. I actually just wanted to create a cinematic in Unreal. The initial concept for that cinematic is kind of cringeworthy, but since it's been long enough that I can actually laugh at the initial idea, let's take a look at the intro that I'd made and see how that cinematic looked at the time.
Just doing some watching to if I can learn something from other games.
Show some class. It might even help us get there faster.
Not if I don't kill myself first. What the fuck was that? I don't know. Just get outside and check.
Even if I say that everything in that video was a placeholder, I don't like it. You can see how the original tone and concept are way different than how they turned out in the final product. The thing is, I probably could have continued that if I had the skills to animate and design characters, but I was already going to be modeling, texturing, designing, script writing, doing level design, interaction, UI, sound, producing, marketing, set dressing, self-promotion, puzzle design, video editing, playtesting, gameplay. Most things in the project were designed through a path of least resistance. If it was going to take longer than the whole project to learn how to do something, then I had to get creative and work around it. For example, I can't animate. I also hate animating. So either we find an animator to work for free, or we work around it. You can see that clear as day in some of the elements in the final game. The elevator sequence, for example, I wanted this really wicked 45-second long animation of the character pressing the button and holding on for dear life as the elevator cascaded down into the depths below. What we got instead was an old school first-person cutscene where the player's still in control of everything. It's not necessarily worse, but it does mean that the player has to be present and kind of breathe their own personality into what's happening. So, where does a project like this truly start? Funnily enough, 6 months later. I started off with a simple blockout, 3 scenes, short cutscene, bish bash bosh. Honestly, the game really didn't stray too much from this initial idea, but the pacing was adjusted throughout the course of creation. Let's take a look at a side-by-side comparison of how the initial blockout compares to the final game. Here you can see the elevator hallway. This scene went through quite an intensive design process before landing where it is in the final game, and so the player takes the elevator down before coming up to the decontamination chamber. At one point the bunkers didn't even exist, but because of pacing issues, I needed something that would spread the mayhem apart. Originally, the player went from crashing in the elevator, stepping out into the decontamination chamber, and then immediately to the ending. It was way too much, way too fast. So, at a few weeks from then, some more design and constant iteration, and we finally landed in a place that felt like I could kind of have something here. It was at this point that something in the project dramatically shifts. The game actually felt like it was becoming something, and hadn't given a lot of thought as to what that actually was. I had ideas, but I really didn't know how they would materialize. Enter the script rewrite. There's a process in a lot of well-renowned video games where the game is designed before the story gets any foothold, sort of building the fun, or in this case, the world, and then designing a story around that. That's what happened here. I sat down, I looked at what I had, some cabins, a hallway, a bunker, and the concept of a monolith, and got to work writing the script. It's at this point that the talented voice work of Michael Kaplan and Erin Andrew comes in. I already knew that one of the things separating this game from something that felt a bit cheap was good sounding voice acting. My voice,
Lad, did you turn that shit off?
or my friends' voices weren't gonna cut it. I needed real voice acting.
Oh, hi, Mark.
So I sat on my script for a few weeks while I was working on the environments. I made adjustments to anything that kind of sounded awkward, at least to the best of my abilities, and then I went out in search of somebody who could fill those roles. I sat in the calls with Michael and Erin separately, and we went over the script together, reading lines and adjusting where necessary.
This place looks like it's on its last legs. I can see the outboard cabins are still functioning, though. I think I might be able to redirect some of its power to help me find the entrance.
Base camp to Prometheus, come in. Our readouts say you should be approaching the dig site now, over.
Their talented voice work is one of my favorite things in the project.
This place looks like it's on its last legs.
Alongside the voice work, I also took care of the sound effects myself. For the first few months of development, I was listening to the same goddamn snow sound effect every single time I opened the level. It was about time that I did something about that.
Design.
Sound design is a tricky thing.
Wow.
If you have a bunch of spare time to go out and find the exact sounds you're looking for, it can be a constant uphill battle trying to source them all. This is where a program called Soundly came into play. And before I go any further, I know sponsors are a test in who can reach for the elf key the fastest, but I'd like to mention that I myself reached out to Soundly for this sponsor, and they were happy to hop on board. I don't think the project would have reached the goals I wanted it to without it. It's a simple app that has hundreds of thousands of sounds. You just drag and drop them into their folder, and away you go. In an age of app bloat and constant enshittification, it is such a breath of fresh air to use, and I highly recommend it to anyone doing games design or video editing. Using Soundly, I got to work populating areas of the level that felt like they needed audio. Steam pipes, elevators, soundscapes, valves, you name it. And I think it can be quite difficult to understand. Everything needs sound, otherwise it looks weird. And I know that sounds odd, but let's take a look at a few examples. Have you ever thrown a jerry can at a wall and it doesn't make any noise? Probably not, but let's take a look. What's possibly worse than no sound design is bad sound design. I don't have any examples in my game, but let's look at an exaggerated example of bad sound design. You were the only one that could have gotten to that blood. We'll do you last. Oh. I personally think I did quite a good job making the sounds for this game, at least with the skills I have. However, one thing that brought all of this together was the music. Music punctuates time. In the same way that fog builds atmosphere in a room, music builds atmosphere in the mind. The right music in the right place can make all the difference in the world. The thing is, I can't make music. Seriously, the best I could probably do is chopsticks on the piano, or my friend's songs called Pancakes on the ukulele. Producing an entire soundtrack for this was just way out of my skill range, and I wasn't going to be happy using stock audio.
And I sure as wasn't going to AI generate it.
Luckily, And I mean luckily, I was put in touch with a really talented musician named Tim James, who saw the project, liked it enough, and somehow trusted me enough, joined and produced the entire soundtrack for Hailstorm. He genuinely breathed so much life into the game's atmosphere that wasn't there before, so huge thank you for Tim. I've added links to his work in the description, so please check him out. One of my favorite tracks is the Bunkers theme, so let's give that a listen. Before we start talking about some more specific elements of the game, I'd like to mention the final coup de grace on making the game feel put together, and that's the menu system. It was leading up to Christmas, and I didn't particularly want to start anything that required a lot of thought, so for some reason, I chose the menu system. Had I ever made menu systems before? Not really. What about saving persistent user data? No? Sure, let's go for it. Why not? Anyway, instead of bashing my head against menu systems for weeks on end, I decided to get a head start by using a marketplace product and adapting it to suit my needs. I made a really straightforward utilitarian menu with a cute little background of the Snowcat interior. Alongside that was the options menu, which is where the bulk of my headaches came from. I have some personal things that I absolutely hate in video games. Number 1, FOV. I work on a super ultra wide monitor. Its resolution is literally 5120 by 1440. I need FOV sliders, so I implemented one. It's not perfect, but it does set your FOV. Number 2 was disabling motion blur entirely. I personally think it looks crap in every game, and it gives me a headache, so I got rid of it. I did keep bloom, however, because the game's art direction literally relies on it. You are not disabling that. The rest of the time was spent adding additional graphical options that weren't in the original asset, as well as a plethora of other options to get the game running on as many systems as I could. I even added frame generation, which seems to run on some non-NVIDIA cards, because this game runs on the Steam Deck. Even in the early days of the project, I knew I wanted the game to run on the Steam Deck. It was just too much of a graphical benchmark to pass up on. I knew it would be a little bit difficult to optimize because of how performance intensive Unreal 5 is. Luckily, I was able to optimize it to the point where it never drops below 30 FPS, and it sometimes gets up to 50. It's not Rocket League, you don't need split-second reactions for a walking simulator, so I'm honestly very happy with this. Alongside the Steam Deck, I also asked my friends to benchmark the game on a couple of their rigs. The game somehow manages to run on a GTX 970 and still looks somewhat good, so there's that. Speaking of free labor,
Stop calling us free labor.
at every opportunity, I would have them playtest the game and its puzzles. On that note, the game has a few puzzles. Earlier when I'd mentioned the pacing of the game, I also found that adding some puzzles helped. So I designed a few at various segments of the game in order to help ease the player into the next steps of the scene. I've been careful with my editing as to not to spoil any of them, but here's the first one you encounter.
Who plays like that? What the fuck?
There's so much I could talk about in this project that I barely even covered the creation of the art. That's something I'm just quite confident with, so it wasn't really at the front of my mind. It was just something that needed doing. Let's take a look at some of the assets though. I do think they're really pretty. 99% of them were handmade, except for the gloves, which you can see here, which I scanned using a white box and a rotating Lazy Susan. The rest of these assets were made using a traditional method of high to low baking, and they were textured in Substance Painter. Some of them took days to make, others only took a few hours, but I tried to make sure they looked as good as possible in the environment. I'd like to say that my art style is closer to the art movement of realism than actual realism. It looks appealing, but it's still realistic. I give myself space to not be 100% accurate in my props, not only for time constraints, but also to leave something up to the imagination. And lastly, let's talk about the monolith. I put this asset off until literally 3 days before I finished the game, which is kind of crazy considering it's sort of the set piece of the ending. I had the absolute vaguest idea in my head. I sometimes struggle to illustrate things unless I can visualize it perfectly in my brain, kind of like that Apple image. The vaguer the interpretation in my noggin, the harder I find it to design. But, alas, I pushed through, and despite its simplicity, I think it's really cool. I initially tried sculpting it before eventually just slamming a bunch of cubes together. Sometimes there's just moments where designs click into place, and I think this was one of them. Before we wrap up, I'd like to talk about one last cool process I did in order to create Imbrium's new logo and also the intro for Hailstorm. In order to achieve the glitchy CRT effect, I didn't animate it in After Effects or anything like that. I actually bought a CRT and spent a few days figuring out how to get a signal from modern devices, which for some reason on this specific TV was surprisingly difficult. I have a box full of crappy dropship signal converters that just didn't work. The final solution was to use a Raspberry Pi, remotely connecting to it via my PC, and then using that connection to add whatever footage I wanted on top. While I was recording, I would gently pull the signal cable just far enough out that it started to mess with it. That's where all the funky graphic effects came from. I recorded a minute or two of that and edited it together how I wanted in Premiere. Some of the more eagle-eyed viewers might have noticed in the top right of the logo video, you can see the silhouette of the TV. And I know how easy that would be to fix, but for some reason, I kind of wanted to keep it. It's an odd creative choice. Hell, I could have edited it for this video and never mentioned it again, but I didn't. I really don't have a concrete reason as to why I keep it. Maybe it shows authenticity, maybe mistakes happen and that's okay. Maybe not everything needs to be perfect for it to be good. Maybe perfect doesn't exist, so why bother chasing it? You know what does exist? Project Hailstorm is a game that I made from scratch, almost entirely by myself.
Pretty
It's a
cool.
little rough around the edges. It's by no means the Citizen Kane of gaming, and it's honestly shorter than an episode of SpongeBob. But it's authentically me and what I wanted to make. I hope
Congrats, my dude. Metric for It just looks so cool. What the fuck? Tiny hero cohere.
It's the cleanup team. Letting get very far. What could have done this to them?
The containment database is toast. It's been tampered with.
It figures. We'll have to hunt down answers the hard way.
Do we even have clearance for this?
Holy shit! Fall back!
Feast on each other before it blooms in a dazzling explosion. This is your last day, Wield. And I am sorry for that.
Did you forget what happened on that night in this city? Oh, but this place remembers. And so do I. I'll be waiting in the place where hope turned to ash. So come and find me.
Warhammer. It's a cool art style. I really like this art style. Very nice.
In all my travels, of all the things I've seen, it's in Eric's home it will happen. This is where our world will change. And it all begins with her.
What's the hole?
Officer,
Where's your brother?
he's working.
He's not in any trouble. We just want to talk to him. Maybe you could help. You wouldn't mind coming down the station with us, would you?
All right, I'll get my bag.
Good. Hey! She's gone. Find her before she leaves the building.
I need to get out of here and find her.
What do they do? Rob the mayor? Murder someone? Both, maybe?
This should get the crates moving again.
Look for the main control, maybe. Do I look like an engineer?
Is that you, Johnson?
Very nice.
What do you want?
I need passage.
You told me you wanted out. You and your brother. You said you're done with this. It's too dangerous. Not what
I
you
like this one.
I'm here. I need
I respected your decision because I thought you respected me.
This isn't about me.
Oh, it's always about you, Hannah, and now you've brought the police here.
They're looking for Herman.
You want passage, huh? And that's it? I'm not keeping these for you anymore. You're taking with you this time.
Hey, Gilbert! What's keeping you?
Heavily inspired in Commandos.
Of course he is. I saw him go up there just a minute ago.
Ugh, the bridge is collapsed.
Very cool. Ericsson, the stolen dream. Is there a link for this?
You'd be watching the north exit.
It's all right. I'm sure we brought friends, though. But so did you.
She's brave, more than most I've ever met. But she doesn't know what she set in motion.
So, this is what money looks like.
I've just got to find him before they do.
I have no choice.
I'm all he's got, Alva.
I must find her
He's all I've got.
before he does.
Get off the road. Boring.
What manner of calamity requires my attention?
Effect Pantheon.
Let's see. Gods. Their relationship.
Eh.
The war beneath the war.
I hate when they don't put gameplay on. Oh, this looks nice. Kinda. Art in the dark. Kinda nice. What is this? Titan Quest 2. No Rest for the Wicked. Isn't this out already? Yeah, all of these are out. Graft.
Who do you think you are?
Carbon. Boring. This looks cool. This looks very cool.
But for me, one day, all that were changed.
Of Exile. Setup. Generic AF. We don't like this. Witchbrook. Looks fun. So beautiful. Very well done pixel art. Jesus, the amount of work. Very nice.
Have you ever been in a situation where you need to do something simple, but somehow you just can't? Welcome to Your Brain, where your thoughts and personality traits fight for control like a group project gone wrong. So, I guess you'll just keep staring at the suitcase for now. But what about other situations? Oh, right. You want to talk, but what if she hates you forever? Great news! Your brain has decided to save you from embarrassment by doing absolutely nothing. Yep, everyone's got their own personality, which means that this guy literally can't shut up. But here's the kicker. If you understand why you do things, maybe you can actually change. Rue Valley isn't just about making choices, it's about figuring out why you make them, and maybe even rewriting your own code. Growth, you did it. Now you only need to...
Interesting, different. What the fuck? Broken Mirror Games. Rue Valley. Oh. Oh, fucker. And that's done. Best video.
There are games that thrive on simplicity and teach us that you don't need a whole bunch of moving parts in order to have fun. And we aren't here to talk. Alone can turn fortresses into tombs. The game simulates mining vein types, room value calculations, and social hierarchies down to the tantrum mechanics triggered by unsatisfied dwarves. Even the calendar systems, economic behaviors, and memory-based AI introduce cascading consequences that defy casual play. Despite its barrier to entry, or perhaps because of it, Dwarf Fortress became legendary. Its phrase, losing its fun, has become a slogan of ironic reverence. For a game that looks like something you'd accidentally boot in DOS, it commands deep loyalty, and even inspired entire modern subgenres. In 2022, a Steam version added tile sets and a tutorial, but it's still the same merciless simulator at its core. Whether you spend 100 hours building or 30 seconds flooding a mushroom farm with magma, it earns its place among the most lovingly, wildly overcomplicated games ever made. Number 2, Path of Exile. If you've ever opened a skill tree and felt overwhelmed, Path of Exile laughs in your face and hands you a galaxy map of passive nodes instead. It's the kind of game where you can accidentally break your character 40 hours in, not from dying, but from leveling wrong. And don't expect mercy from the tutorial. This game expects you to already be taking notes. At the center of the game's infamous complexity is the passive skill tree, a sprawling web of over 1,300 nodes that link attributes, damage types, resistances, and class-specific synergies. Then come the Ascendancy classes, each with its own miniature trees and decision points that must be navigated during trial-style gauntlets. Players must also manage gem socket links, gear affixes, currency crafting systems, and flask mechanics, all of which require in-depth knowledge of layered interactions and mathematical thresholds. Seasonal updates known as leagues continuously overhaul or add mechanics, many of which remain active in the game's ever-expanding endgame. A content graveyard littered with abandoned systems that players still must learn to avoid.
We love this
Despite
one.
its overwhelming learning curve, Path of Exile is one of the most enduring ARPGs in the world, especially revered by players who felt Diablo 3 did not go far enough. Its depth allows for endless experimentation, but also punishes ignorance with irreversible failure. Build guides have become an essential part of playing, not because players want to optimize, but because not following one might make the game unplayable. Number 3, Aurora 4X. This one is less of a game and more of a lifestyle. Aurora 4X is the kind of game you discover on a forum at 3 AM, download out of morbid curiosity, and then spend 3 weeks trying to figure out how to launch a mining drone without accidentally inventing interstellar communism. There's no graphics, there's no music, there's only data and despair. Built-in Visual Basic, and entirely UI-driven, Aurora 4X offers players control over a human or alien civilization spreading through space. But everything, and I mean everything, must be micromanaged. Ship design down to sensor arrays, officer training and assignments, terraforming ratios, orbital mechanics, resource tracking across different colonies, and combat simulations that are measured in 5-second increments. There are separate modules for shipyards, logistics, research labs, and ground invasions, each layered with toggleable submenus and multi-phase planning sequences. Something as simple as moving a fleet between planets may require half a dozen pre-configured steps across entirely different menu screens. And yet, for its small but devoted player base, Aurora 4X is a masterpiece of procedural storytelling and deep space sandboxing. It's not uncommon to see playthrough journals with dozens of pages documenting one single galactic war. Not because it's fun, necessarily, but because it feels real. The game was developed by just one man, a British Navy officer. He designed the game as a labor of love, and it shows in the terrifying amount of control you're given. It's free, it's cruel, and it's proof that some people don't just want games. They want spreadsheets with missile payloads. Number 4, Xenoblade Chronicles X. At first glance, this looks like your standard JRPG fare. Anime characters, giant alien monsters, and a sci-fi world waiting to be explored. But then you start unlocking systems, and menus, and certifications. Suddenly you're 30 hours deep and still stuck in a tutorial, wondering why you need a government permit to fly your robot.
40.
On paper, it's a game about World War II, but in practice, it's a 5-hour lesson on how to mismanage supply lines, accidentally break an alliance, and lose half your navy in the English Channel because you forgot to research radar. Hearts of Iron 4 doesn't just simulate war, it simulates every single granular thing that leads up to it. The real game lives inside a web of national focus trees, division templates, logistics routing, and doctrinal tech paths, all of which must be precisely coordinated across land, sea, and air. Production chains involve military factories, civilian industry balancing, and resource access via trade, which can collapse instantly if a convoy route gets raided. Naval invasions require meticulously timed operations, proper air coverage, and unit planning weeks in advance. Research takes on a bureaucratic rhythm where planning upgrades too early can kneecap your current army, and skipping one doctrine can doom your entire campaign. On top of that, the AI and hidden modifiers ensure that historical accuracy is more of a wish than a guarantee. And yet, for a certain kind of player, this is peak strategy bliss. Hearts of Iron 4 has spawned an enormous modding community, YouTube empires, and some of the most committed alt history theorists the internet has ever seen. The game has only grown more complex throughout the years of DLC, each one adding new mechanics, systems, or complications to an already overstuffed engine. It's not just fighting World War II, it's about rebuilding it from scratch every single time. Number 6, Monster Hunter World. It looks like a simple premise, so go out, slay a big monster. Players asked to distribute base stats, skills, and feats, the latter of which often has strict stat or skill prerequisites that can lock out entire playstyles if built wrong. Combat is grid-based and turn-based, but success hinges on careful manipulation of the Kerbal Space Program. When it starts, it's all smiles. Cute little green astronauts, colorful rocket parts, and a cartoonish space center. And then you try to make your first launch, only to realize you built an airborne death trap with no aerodynamic stability, no stage separation, and a tragic misunderstanding of gravity. This is Kerbal Space Program, where the line between game and orbital mechanics simulator is as thin as your failing heat shield. While the presentation is playful, the systems beneath are anything but that. Successfully building and launching a craft demands an understanding of delta-phi budgeting, thrust-to-weight ratios, mass distribution, drag coefficients, you know, the usual stuff. Even after reaching space, players must calculate orbital transfers, gravity assists, Hohmann transfers, and rendezvous sequences using real-world physics, no less. Misalign a trajectory even slightly and you'll find yourself hurtling into deep space, or crashing into a moon with just enough time to reflect on your bad math. There's no real tutorial for any of this, only trial, error, and eventual obsession. Despite the punishing learning curve, Kerbal Space Program has built a passionate following of would-be rocket scientists, educators, and modders. It's even been used in real aerospace training settings, but make no mistake, this is a game where complexity is the main attraction, not an obstacle. It teaches you how to think like an engineer by making you fail like one, explosively, repeatedly, and often hilariously. And once you finally nail the perfect lunar landing, you'll feel like you actually deserve a degree. Number 11, Victoria 3. So take Civilization, and take the tax system within Civilization. Now make that the main character of a game. That's what you're dealing with in Victoria 3. It's less about war and more about bureaucratic survival in the face of events like the Industrial Revolution, colonial tensions, and the slow realization that your lower class wants to burn everything to the ground. Running a country here is very similar to running a government help desk, except it's for aristocrats and anarchists at the same time. Let me explain. What makes Victoria 3 unique is its pop simulation.
Very nice UI, huh?
Individual citizen belongs to a class,
I like it.
religion, and profession, and every group has political
The
opinions,
UI
income
style
levels,
is
and
very
living demands that dynamically shift based on your laws and economy. You won't just manage resources, you'll be managing supply chains, trade routes, infrastructure bottlenecks, and labor availability across colonial holdings and national borders. Something as seemingly benign as adjusting the price of grain can spiral into famine, revolution, or just flat-out geopolitical collapse. Warfare exists, but it's largely abstracted. The real battlefield is your nation's production graph, where failing to balance iron and fabric output is the true path to ruin. Victoria 3 was hotly anticipated and immediately polarizing. Some praised it for reinventing grad strategy as an economic simulation with real teeth, while others felt like they were staring at a performance sheet that threatened to unionize if they didn't subsidize steel mills fast enough. It's immersive, detailed, and often brilliant. However, it's not for everyone, but for the people who do love it, they really love it. Number 12, Digital Combat Simulator World.
Boring.
So, you think you're about to fly a jet, throttle up, hit a few buttons, feel cool, and then you open the cockpit and DC degree, a political science thesis, and maybe a corporate betrayal or two, all delivered through can be legally acquired through a system called Plex, which players buy with real money.
RimWorld.
This has led to ship losses valued in the thousands of dollar range, with some of the largest battles in gaming history, like the bloodbath of B-R5RB, resulting in over $300,000 worth of in-game assets destroyed. Despite being darn near impenetrable to many, EVE has carved out a legacy as gaming's most complex social sandbox. Massive battles involving thousands of players can hinge on supply shortages, pirate, no big deal. And then your doctor gets food poisoning, your pet alpaca starts a fire, and one of your colonists has a psychotic break because the sculpture in their bedroom wasn't good enough. This is RimWorld, where every pixel has feelings, and everything that can go wrong eventually will. What makes RimWorld so deeply complex is its storyteller-driven simulation. 3 AI narrators control the flow of disasters, pushing you into situations that test your colony's emotional, physical, and logistical breaking points. Each of your citizens has a stack of traits,
Looks like
moods, desires, and health
Prison
conditions, all of which
Architect.
interact with environmental variables like temperature, light levels, and relationship histories. One bad day could set off a chain reaction. A colonist could get dumped, have a mental health crisis, start a fire, which causes a power outage, which spoils the food, which triggers a raid, and now your entire community is going to be fighting in the dark while someone is giving birth in the freezer. Add in surgery systems, or every moment you spend walking, sleeping, or talking is not spent helping, and there is no
Boring.
and
Factorio.
possibly a minor psychological condition. The complexity ramps up through logistic systems, that is conveyor belts, inserters, and crafting stations that must be precisely timed and positioned to optimize output. Then comes the ratios. Iron plates, to gears, to circuits, to science packs, each with its own timing and output needs. But it doesn't stop at belt. About playing a hero, and more about surviving a world that does not care that you exist, using a rule system that demands your full commitment. The combat is brutal, but it's also mostly avoidable. The game can be finished without drawing your weapon once, but only if you... Number 20, Rule the Waves 2.
Rule the Waves.
Rule the Waves 2 is not the sort of game that you play for fun. You play it because you woke up one day and realized you wanted to micromanage a 20th century naval arms race across 5 decades, one gun caliber at a time. It's a war game, a budget simulator, a logistics spreadsheet, and a diplomatic crisis generator, all wrapped in a UI that looks like it was salvaged from a 19th tutorial. and from there Disco Elysium hands you one of the strangest and most over-engineered character systems ever stuffed into a dialogue-driven RPG, and tells you to talk your way through a murder investigation using internal monologues, emotionally unstable statistics, and a thought cabinet that might convince you communism is a personality trait. More on that in a second. The game's most famous feature is its 24 internal skills, which act like personalities vying for control inside your head. Logic, empathy, half-light, and electrochemistry all argue within you, and sometimes override your choices. The result is a constant mental tug-of-war where even simple actions like looking at a corpse or talking to a child can spin into existential breakdowns, hallucinations, or fascistic rants. Layered atop all of that is the aforementioned Thought Cabinet, a passive upgrade tree where you equip philosophical insights, some of which take in-game time to internalize and can backfire completely. There are no combat mechanics in the traditional sense, but every encounter is a series of calculated risk checks, many of which pull from stacked modifiers, clothing bonuses, and traits earned from trauma. For those willing to dig into the systems, Disco Elysium is stunning, a surreal genre-bending RPG where success feels like outmaneuvering your own personality disorders. But for new players expecting a standard detective game, it can feel a bit like reading a philosophy textbook. It's not just complex, it's dense, erratic, and designed to make sure no two players ever agree on what the hell is going on. Number 22, Workers and Resources, Soviet Republic. So what we have here is a Cold War city builder with a Soviet coat of paint. But Workers and Resources doesn't just ask you to construct cities. It demands you manage every supply chain, every citizen's schedule, and every logistics route with the precision of a nervous Soviet factory manager one bad decision away from getting purged. There are no global money cheats, no autopilot systems, and no abstracted labor. Everything from bricks to school teachers must be created, transported, and maintained by your own infrastructure. That means setting up quarries, concrete plants, bus lines, warehouse depots, rail networks, and fuel stations just to build a single apartment block. Power doesn't just flow, it needs transformers and voltage regulation. Education, healthcare, and productivity all depend on citizen transit times, consumer goods, and radio tower coverage. Even food supply chains must be built from the ground up, including harvesting crops, processing them into meals, and then trucking them to individual shops.
This looks
all while
cool.
avoiding traffic jams and the omnipresent threat of underfunding. What makes
How
Soviet
old
Republic
is this
especially
game?
complex is that it simulates everything at once, including economic exports, custom import tariffs, construction labor availability, and vehicle part depreciation. It's not just about growth, it's about sustainability under pressure. Fail to plan far enough ahead, and your entire socialist experiment collapses into food riots and dead power grids. For fans of deep simulation, it's a brilliant, unpolished gem. For everyone else, it's a city planner's fever dream wrapped in steel. Number 22, Workers and Resources. Soviet
2020.
Republic. So what we
Okay.
have here is a Cold War city builder with a Soviet coat of paint. But Workers and Resources doesn't just ask you to construct cities. It demands you manage every supply chain, every citizen's schedule, and every logistics route with the precision of a nervous Soviet factory manager one bad decision away from getting purged. There are no global money cheats, no autopilot systems, and no abstracted labor. Everything from bricks to school teachers must be created, transported, and maintained by your own infrastructure. That means setting up quarries, concrete plants, bus lines, warehouse depots, rail networks, and fuel stations just to build a single apartment block. Power doesn't just flow, it needs transformers and voltage regulation. Education, healthcare, and productivity all depend on citizen transit times, consumer goods, and radio tower coverage. Even food supply chains must be built from the ground up, including harvesting crops, processing them into meals, and then trucking them to individual shops, all while avoiding traffic jams and the omnipresent threat of underfunding. What makes Soviet Republic especially complex is that it simulates everything at once, including economic exports, custom import tariffs, construction labor availability, and vehicle part depreciation. It's not just about growth, it's about sustainability under pressure. Fail to plan far
This
enough
looks
ahead, and your
very
entire
fun.
socialist experiment collapses into food riots and dead power grids. For fans of deep simulation, it's a brilliant, unpolished gem. For everyone else, it's a city planner's fever dream wrapped in steel and bureaucracy.
Very fun.
And number 23 is Unreal World. The UI is that of a forgotten DOS program. The gameplay starts with you picking a Finnish tribe and wondering why your character dies every time you try to light a fire. Unreal World isn't just a survival game, though. It's the first survival game, and also the oldest still active one. Released in 1992 and updated continuously ever since, it laid the groundwork for the entire survival genre long before the term even existed. Set in Iron Age Finland, the game drops you into a procedurally generated landscape full of rivers, forests, and that's the setup. What you actually get is a high-stakes research sim where the challenge isn't combat, but navigating security schedules, decrypting terminals, reading memos, and catching liars in their own paperwork. The occupation doesn't explain itself. It expects you to act like a journalist who knows they're already so far behind. The game unfolds in real time with no objective markers, no quest logs, and no saves to lean on. You explore a sprawling office complex while its employees go about their day. Want to uncover a key piece of information? Well, you might need to break into a filing cabinet, or hide under a desk to avoid a security guard and connect someone's ID badge to a redacted HR report you found 2 hours ago. All while keeping track of your upcoming interviews and how much each person is lying to you. The game's central mechanic is simple on the surface. Find evidence, confront suspects. But actually executing that loop means parsing through emails, audio logs, safe codes, policy documents, meeting schedules, and contradictions between testimony and archival data. The occupation is divisive, partly because it's buggy, but also partly because it's demanding in a way few modern games are. It doesn't want to guide you. It wants to see if you're paying attention. For players who love deduction under pressure and the feeling of piecing together a scandal from scraps of forgotten data, it's a uniquely stressful gem. But for everyone else, you might as well just go to the office in real life. It would be more fun. Number 25, Clockwork Empires. On the surface, it looks like a quirky steampunk colony builder, complete with Victorian coats and mustache-twirling bureaucrats. But Clockwork Empires isn't really about building a town. It's about trying to run a society held together by meat grinders, collapsing societal structures, and a godforsaken jobs menu that may as well be a Lovecraftian artifact. You will be managing colonists, all of whom have individual memories, beliefs, and relationships, in a fragile frontier settlement overseen by the Empire. They'll work if they feel like it, fight if they're not traumatized, and worship forbidden gods if you don't provide them enough stew. Systems include food preservation, labor division, construction permissions, and military hierarchies, but all of it is routed through a simulation-based AI that responds to emotion, environment, and whether someone saw too many Eldritch artifacts last week. Even object ownership is tracked, so if two colonists think they own the same stove, they might fight, mourn, or just starve. All of this rendered in a semi-broken engine where task prioritization is just a suggestion, and the most terrifying moment is when the colonists stop talking. Clockwork Empires was ambitious, but buggy, and also beloved by a small group of players who saw it not as a colony sim, but more as a chaos simulator. It's a game where failure isn't loud, it's slow, weird, and deeply unsettling. One minute you're managing work crews, the next you're burying a dead priest in a haunted cabbage field because the Empire sent a memo about tax compliance. It's not just needlessly complex, it's actively allergic to stability, and that's just the point. Next up at number 26, Deadnought. Deadnought looks like a tactical squad game, but it plays more like a broken command line interface that's held together with duct tape. You don't control your squad directly, you guide them remotely, with delayed input, indirect feedback, and limited information. You see, all of the systems are one layer removed from your control, which means that the errors compound fast. The squad itself is a liability. Each member has a personality, a mental profile, and a breaking point. Stress, fear, and trauma alter their behavior mid-mission, sometimes disabling key actions or overriding your commands entirely. You're expected to manage positioning, equipment, and combat readiness without knowing if the squad will actually do what you told them, or how close they are to a breakdown. Combat adds another layer of chaos as weapon heat, armor efficiency, and unit cohesion all factor into engagements you don't see clearly and you can't pause. The real challenge comes from the interface. You're managing multiple systems in parallel, routing commands, balancing power, tracking logs, diagnosing your vehicle's capabilities. The game's complexity stems from its intricate simulation of physics and terrain interactions. The mud, snow, and water each affect traction differently, requiring players to adjust tire types, engage differential locks, and manage weight distribution. One miscalculation can lead to a vehicle bogged down miles from assistance, turning a simple delivery mission into a multi-vehicle recovery operation. Vehicle management is another layer of depth. Over 60 vehicles, each with unique strengths, can be customized with various upgrades. However, unlocking and affording these enhancements necessitates completing challenging missions, often in unforgiving conditions. Fuel consumption isn't merely a stat, it's a constant looming threat. Engaging all-wheel drive or using the winch increases fuel usage, and running out of fuel in remote areas can halt progress entirely, forcing players to devise complex refueling strategies. The game offers very little hand-holding. Players must scout routes, assess environmental hazards, and adapt on the fly. The absence of fast travel or quick fixes means every decision carries weight, and errors can have cascading consequences. SnowRunner transforms the mundane act of driving into a high-stakes exercise in problem-solving. Its demand for foresight, adaptability, and patience cements its place among these brutal and unforgiving games. Number 28, MechWarrior 5: Mercenaries. This game seeks to immerse players in the BattleTech universe, where piloting a battle mech is just the beginning. The game intricately weaves together real-time combat, strategic resource management, and detailed customization, demanding a comprehensive understanding of its multifaceted systems. Combat is a nuanced affair. Each battle mech, ranging from 25 to 100 tons, handles differently, with weight affecting speed, armor, and weapon capacity. You will have to manage heat levels meticulously. Excessive firing can overheat systems, leading to temporary shutdowns and vulnerability. Weapon systems vary in range and damage, requiring strategic loadouts tailored to specific missions. Environmental factors such as terrain and weather further influence combat effectiveness. Beyond the battlefield, players will assume the role of a mercenary commander. This involves negotiating contracts, balancing reputation with various factions, and making strategic decisions about mission engagements. Resource battle mech, ranging from 25 to 100 tons, handles differently, with weight affecting speed, armor, and weapon capacity. You will have to manage heat levels meticulously. Excessive firing can overheat systems, leading to temporary shutdowns and vulnerability. Weapon systems vary in range and damage, requiring strategic loadouts tailored to specific missions. Environmental factors such as terrain and weather further influence combat effectiveness. Beyond the battlefield, players will assume the role of a mercenary commander. This involves negotiating contracts, balancing reputation with various factions, and making strategic decisions about mission engagements. Resource management is critical. Funds are needed for repairs, upgrades, and pilot salaries. Travel between systems incurs cost and time, and being in a conflict zone can limit access to essential services like repairs and mech purchases. Customization adds yet more layers of complexity to this cake. Mechs can be outfitted with a variety of weapons, armor types, and support systems. However, modifications must consider weight limits, heat generation, and compatibility. Salvaging parts from missions becomes essential, especially when your resources are scarce. Overall reception has been mixed. Fans of the series praise its faithful mech handling, large-scale destruction, and satisfying customization depth. At the same time, many criticize the game's repetitive mission structure, inconsistent AI, and lackluster economic feedback. Mods have helped push the game closer to its potential, but unmodded, it's often seen as a strong foundation that still struggles under its own ambition. For those wanting to live inside the cockpit of a multi-ton walking tank, there's nothing else on the market that's quite like it, but it takes patience to fully appreciate the experience. Number 29, Barotrauma. It's a co-op submarine simulator where the goal is pretty straightforward. Complete missions
read
in the oceans of the world
Barotrauma
without dying in a watery grave. The difficulty arises from the fact that your submarine is barely held together, crewed by untrained friends or unreliable AI, and surrounded by crushing pressure and eldritch horrors that don't show up on radar. Every player has a role: engineer, medic, captain, security, or mechanic, and each one comes with specific tools, skill sets, and responsibilities. Fixing a leak means welding it. Navigating requires sonar and course plotting. Engine trouble, that's wiring, reactor tuning, and voltage regulation. Most jobs involve manual systems, not UI toggles, but physical in-game panels, switches, and tools. You don't just click repair reactor. You balance rods, monitor core temp, and hope you don't start a meltdown while you're fending off a husk-infected crew member. The game's simulation depth is part of the pain. Water pressure varies with depth, explosions cause decompression, crew members can bleed out, get addicted to morphine, suffer psychosis, or trigger a mutiny. Internal systems like oxygen flow, power grids, inventory lockers, and hull integrity are all tracked and breakable. It's not uncommon for one minor failure, say a clown lights a flare near the ammo rack, to cascade into fire, flooding, reactor breach, and eventually a full proactively between fights. Swap managing your cabinet, write synchronized movement instructions across multiple parts. There's no timing buffer. Every arm movement must align with others frame by frame. Rotations, delays, pickups, extensions, all of it is programmed by hand. But there's a catch. The game doesn't just score you on completion. It ranks you on cycle count, area used, and component cost. So your working machine isn't good enough, you see. You're not just trying to make it function. You're trying to compress it into the fewest possible actions with the least number of moving parts. The complexity doesn't arise from the game hiding information from you. It gives you everything. It's that layers of efficiency becomes its own problem to solve. And the deeper you go, the more you realize that you could have done better. The open-ended nature of the puzzles means that solutions aren't just right or wrong, they're wasteful or genius. And the game will show you just how wasteful you are by putting you up against your friends' numbers and the global leaderboard. To some, it's meditative, but to others, it is a hellish puzzle generator disguised as a toy. Either way, once it has its hooks in you, every solution feels incomplete. Understanding what a proper defense posture looks like, or how to delay an advance just long enough for a reinforcement to arrive without accidentally sending your entire air fleet into a meat grinder. The systems have the appearance of minimalism, but they're misleading. Economy, logistics, territory control, tech upgrades, and production all hinge on careful command layering. Lines overlap, stack, override, or conflict. You can easily issue a series of efficient-looking orders that collapse in practice because a unit interpreted your intent one tick too early. There's no pause button, just a relentless flow of consequences tied to your earlier imprecisions. So what makes Line War punishing isn't randomness, it's that the entire system is deterministic. Every failure is traceable, every mistake is your own misread, and because the interface gives you so little feedback, improvement requires rigid self-audit and often a complete rework of your entire command approach. For players with a craving for abstract precision over brute force, Line War is brilliant, but it demands your total commitment. Every line you draw is a test of whether you actually understood the systems, or if you just hope that your units would. Number 34, Anno 1800. There's a point in Anno 1800 where growing your city stops feeling rewarding and starts feeling like you're barely keeping a fragile machine from tearing itself apart. What begins as a quaint trading port slowly mutates into a logistical nightmare where every new product, population tier, and island chain adds weight to an already overburdened system, and one missed supply link can trigger a chain reaction that stalls your entire economy. At its core, the game revolves around production chains. You'll turn wool into fabric, hops into beer, and steel into weapons, each requiring specific buildings, spacing, power sources, and workforce alignments. But it's not enough to just place the pieces. Warehouses need access, roads need to be optimized, your supply chains must support not only your home city,
This is a
but
fun game. I have it.
And when demand spikes, because a new class of citizen unlocked new needs, your old systems won't keep up. And atop all of that, the game will add diplomacy, trade unions, influence points, expedition systems, and the new world,
Very
where
fun.
different climates and production types require entirely separate infrastructure. All while
I love city building.
each tier of society you unlock brings with it increasingly finicky demands, such as variety of goods, electricity, cultural venues, and specialized diets. You'll spend hours solving one bottleneck only to discover it was hiding two more. Anno 1800 doesn't flood you with challenge all at once. It lets you build a machine, and then watches what happens when that machine starts overheating. It's not about managing growth, it's about realizing your city is fragile, unbalanced, and 2 sausages away from civil unrest.
Number 35, Stationeers.
Every moment in Stationeers is maintenance. Even breathing takes planning. You're dropped on a remote station with nothing but tools and loose components, and survival means building up an airtight, self-sustaining. Stationeers doesn't present its complexity with flair. It lets you uncover it one near-fatal oversight at a time. Every success is temporary, every failure is mechanical, and for players who want to build something that only works because they personally made it work, it delivers the full experience. Up next, number 36, Noita. There's no quick summary for Noita, just the growing sense that everything in the world wants to kill you, including your own spells. It's a roguelike where every pixel is physically simulated, and every effect, fire, water, electricity, poison, acid, smoke, velocity, heat, behaves according to rules that can and will betray you if misunderstood, and you will misunderstand them. The game's intricacies arise from the wands that you'll wield. Each one has stats like mana regeneration, cast delay, capacity, and recharge times, and the spells you attach can create effects that stack, loop, split, or detonate based on the order and timing of how they're cast. The advanced builds can behave like chain reactions, combining modifiers and triggers into destructive feedback loops that can clear entire biomes or just explode on the spot. Mastery means understanding how to build those chains, and thus how to keep them from turning against you. Beyond all of the wand fun, Noita hides an enormous number of systems behind experimentation. Alchemy recipes aren't explained, secret worlds exist beyond what the map suggests, and there are god events, alternate endings, full-scale modifiers, and world-breaking interactions that most players won't find, at least without digging through fan wikis. Even the terrain is out to get you. Entire caverns can collapse from stray explosions, and surfaces retain flammable residue long after you think they're safe. Every part of Noita is calculated and reactive, but the game never warns you how one system will interact with another. Progress comes from accepting that you're one miscast away from annihilation, and that knowledge, not skill, is what's going to keep you alive. Number 37, Space Station 13. There is no game quite like There's no XP bar, no power fantasy, and no safety nets. Every mechanic, that is hunger, illness, fatigue, etc., stacks against you from the moment you step outside, and success means navigating systems designed to leave you cold, lost, and bleeding somewhere unfamiliar. Terminals, docking clearances, crime stat systems, and a flight model that changes depending on whether you're in the atmosphere, in a vacuum, or near a space station's jurisdiction. The game has been in alpha for 9.5 years now, so the complexity isn't just in the design, but it's also in the execution itself. Every ship has unique handling characteristics, onboard systems, component slots, and fully physicalized interiors that you can walk around in. In order to accept missions, you have to navigate through a stuttering UI overlay, often bugged, frequently mislabeled, and tied to factional rep systems that gate access to key income streams. Getting paid for a delivery mission requires emotionally and mechanically unmanageable. The engine doesn't go in unless you mount the subframe. The subframe won't bolt unless the suspension is installed. The suspension can't be torqued unless you get the right wrench, and nothing in the game tells you how any of this works. If you get one bolt wrong, your car might run for a while before it ejects its guts on the highway at 70 kilometers per hour. Need a battery? You gotta buy one. You wanna buy one? Well, you need money. You need money? Well, you better get a job pumping sewage or delivering crates, and both of which require vehicles that can break down or be lost entirely if you die. Because, yes, you have stats. Hunger, thirst, urine, fatigue, stress, and you can die from sauna misuse, wasps, traffic accidents, starvation, dehydration, electrocution, or just by stepping on the road at the wrong time. Saving requires using the toilet in your house, and autosaves do not exist. Everything has to be managed carefully, because the game only gives you one shot at getting your life together. If you die, you start over from the very beginning. In short, My Summer Car is a life sim where survival is plain inconvenient. The success is temporary, and every screw you forget to tighten is just waiting to teach you a lesson on down by the side of the road somewhere.
Okay. Pretty cool, pretty cool. Enough with that. Let's start learning something new. here, close. Open this. Alright.
iOS platform here. There is a Win64 platform. There'll probably be Mac platform if you're on a Mac. You're obviously going to go for the platform that you're on. I'm on Win64, Windows 64, so that's the one I'm going for. So go ahead and click that. And what it will do is we'll open a little window down here at the bottom called Terminal, and it'll have a bunch of text scrolling by, which is the process of compiling this newly added C++ into binary that can be run in our editor. So this is a reasonably longer process, so I would like you to go ahead and get started compiling your own C++. So create a new moving platform C++ actor in the editor. Remember to switch over from Visual Studio or Xcode to Visual Studio Code in the editor preferences. Open up Visual Studio Code. I've shown you a number of ways that you can open up the Visual Studio Code project. Then compile the editor, again using that run build task, and have a look at the terminal. And when that's finished, you're going to relaunch the project. How do you know that it's finished? Well, at the end, it will say terminal will be reused by tasks. Press any key to close it. It also shows you the total execution time for the build process. So that's how you know it will be finished. So pause the video and get to that point.
Alright.
So you can go ahead and relaunch the editor at this point. You can either do it from the Epic Games launcher or by double-clicking on the U project in your project folder. And when the project has opened up, you can go to the content drawer, and now you'll see that next to your content folder in the left-hand pane, you now have a C++ classes folder. If you click into that and go into the Obstacle Assault folder, you can see our moving platform class. So this, being an actor, can just be dragged right into our level. Now, at the moment, the actor is completely empty, so it doesn't even have a position and location. So by default, you'll see the gizmo in the viewport being at the center of the map at 0, 0, 0. This is fine for now, and we'll correct this later on. So go ahead and do that, check that everything's working like that, and save your map, and I'll see you in the next video. Hello and welcome. In this lecture, we're going to be adding variables to our moving platform actor so that we can see them in the editor. And we're going to be doing this entirely in C++. Let's dive in. So the first concept that we're going to be learning in C++ is how to create variables. We've seen them before in Blueprint. We know that they're like boxes that we can put values into and that they have types. Well, all of that still applies over in C++, except how we create them. So previously, when we did this in Blueprint, if I go and open up a level Blueprint just to show you and refresh your memory, then we had this My Blueprint pane, and that was where we added things like functions and variables and so on. And then we had the event graph where we actually program stuff in. Now, C++ is very similar. We have two different locations for doing the configuration of our variables and functions, and then when we actually do the implementation. So let's go over to Visual Studio Code and open up the Visual Studio Code project and have a look. In the left-hand bar, there is an Explorer tab. Go and open that up, and you can see basically a hierarchical map of your files. So we've got at the top level UE5 and Obstacle Assault, or our own project here. You can open that up and you can see some of the folders here. The one we're interested in is the source folder, which is where we can find all of our C++. Then in there is the Obstacle Assault folder. And then there's two files with the name of moving platform. One is a .h file and one is a .cpp. The .h stands for header and CPP, it stands for C++. So this is essentially a bit like having a My Blueprints where you can add in the functions and variables and stuff, and that resides in the header file, the .h file. And then we have the .cpp where we can actually, essentially like the event graph, we can actually do the coding itself. So we're going to open up the moving platform.h because we want to add in a new variable. And you'll notice that there's a whole bunch of stuff in here. We're not going to go into the details of this, but what is most interesting is that it is defining what it means to be a moving platform class. You can see a couple of keywords here that are interesting. There's a class keyword on line 10. There is the moving platforms, which is prefixed with an A, meaning that it's an actor. And then there are some curly braces on line 11 and 26. And between these matched curly braces, you can see there is the declaration of a few things. There are functions in here, and this is where we can also put our variables. So we're going to add our variables to the end of this declaration. So just before we close that curly brace, we can add some new lines and start writing our new variables.
Wait a second,
here.
I got distracted.
So we've got at the top level UE5 and Obstacle Assault, or our own project here. You can open that up and you can see some of the folders here. The one we're interested in is the source folder, which is where we can find all of our C++. Then in there is the Obstacle Assault folder. And then there's two files with the name of moving platform. One is a .h file and one is a .cpp. The .h stands for header and CPP, it stands for C++. So this is essentially a bit like having a My Blueprints where you can add in the functions and variables and stuff, and that resides in the header file, the .h file. And then we have the .cpp where we can actually, essentially like the event graph, we can actually do the coding itself. So we're going to open up the moving platform.h because we want to add in a new variable. And you'll notice that there's a whole bunch of stuff in here. We're not going to go into the details of this, but what is most interesting is that it is defining what it means to be a moving platform class. You can see a couple of keywords here that are interesting. There's a class keyword on line 10. There is the moving platforms, which is prefixed with an A, meaning that it's an actor. And then there are some curly braces on line 11 and 26. And between these matched curly braces, you can see there is the declaration of a few things. There are functions in here, and this is where we can also put our variables. So we're going to add our variables to the end of this declaration. So just before we close that curly brace, we can add some new lines and start writing our new variables in here. And just like in a variable in Blueprint, we have a type and we have a variable name, and we can also give it a default value. So the first thing is we want to maybe create an integer. And in C++, in Unreal C++, an integer is denoted with the keyword int32, basically telling us how big a value we can store in here. And no, it's not 32. It's much, much larger than that. 32 is the number of bits allocated to the integer. Now we've got to go for a variable name. And just like the classes, we cannot have spaces in our variable names. So instead, we use capital letters to denote our words. So I'm going to call it my int. Notice I'm capitalizing both of the beginnings of those words. Then I can give it a default value. And we do this with an equals sign. So we have equals, and then we can give it a value, such as 99, for example. Now, notice that I'm putting spaces after my and before my equals sign. That's not actually strictly necessary, but it does make it easier and nicer to read, so I include that. You do obviously need a space between the int32 and the actual name of the integer. Without that, things don't work. And then to finish off this declaration, you need to put a semicolon on the end of the line to tell C++ that you are done. The fact that there is new lines and that there are spaces and tabs, all of this doesn't actually matter to C++. You could run all of this stuff together and this would still be the same. I could take out the spaces here. That would still work just fine. As far as C++ is concerned, this is all perfectly valid C++. It's just really awful, awful to read. So what we do is we keep this level of indentation with a tab, and we keep this level of spacing as well, just for our sanity. Now, this isn't currently visible over in the Blueprint editor. To make it visible, we need to give a little bit of a heads up to Unreal that there is a variable it should display. The way we do this is on the preceding line, we type uProperty, all caps, then open parentheses, and then using our what's called camel case, basically where we capitalize the first letter of each word, we type edit anywhere, like so, and then we close the parentheses. No need for a semicolon at the end of this line. That's not correct, because it's actually part of the same declaration as the integer down on the line below it. But we put them on separate lines just to make our life easier for reading this. So we've got uProperty, edit anywhere, int32, my int, and then equal sign, and then 99. And it's important that you save your files here. By default, you need to hit Control-S to do this. If you go to the file menu, you can hit autosave here as an option so that you don't have to hit save every time you change things. Now that's what I do. So with that done, we could go ahead and close the editor, recompile and reopen it, and we would have a new variable on our moving platform actor. But that's a bit of a pain if we had to close the editor every time we made a code change. So there is a feature in Unreal called live coding. I'm just going to go and close down the level blueprint and show you that there is a button down in the bottom right which looks like a set of cubes dissolving off into the distance. If you hover over it, it says recompiles and reloads C++ code for games on the fly. Click that button and a terminal will show up with a log of messages that are the results of compiling your code. Now this will run a lot faster than it previously did because it's not the first time it's running. And when it's complete, it's going to give you a notification saying that live coding succeeded. Now, it's important that if live coding didn't succeed, that you copy the results of the log that come before the error and post those in the Q&A if you need to ask for help. But also, just double check and make sure that your syntax matches what I've typed on screen. Oftentimes, we'll find that it's simply a typo that people have made, and it doesn't compile because of that. Pay close attention to your capitalization, as capitalization is often very important, and also your semicolons. People often forget to include those. So now I'd like to challenge you to add your own variable on a new line in that header file. So make it a float or bool type and give it a different name. Variables cannot share the same name, they have to be different. Give it a default value. So if it's a float, the default value needs to be of the format something, point something, something. If it's a boolean, it needs to be either true or false or lowercase. recompile using live coding, and then see if you get any errors. And if you do, come back and see how I do it to double check that you've written it the right way. Pause the video and have a go.
I don't need to create a new variable. I know how to create variables.
Property again, edit anywhere that's going to be of type bool, and I'll call that my bool.
Yeah.
I just want to show you what would happen. Live coding button in the bottom right, and the log.
You always have to click on the live coding,
which it has done for me, but I just want to show you what would happen if I'd made a mistake, such as leaving out the semicolon at the end of this line. Instead of a nice reassuring green at the end of the log, you will have a red build failed showing up instead. So this is important that if you get a build failed, first things first, go and check your code, make sure it matches mine, because as I've said, it's often just a typo, and if not, then copy this and put it in the Q&A and ask for some help. That said, I'm going to correct my code now and recompile it. And when that has succeeded, I can close down the log and I can look in the outliner for the moving platform. And I can select the moving platform actor, look in the details pane, and see all of the variables.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to check. Okay, outliner. Where is my moving platform? Did I miss something?
Let's dive in. So the first concept that we're going to be learning in C++ is how to create variables. We've seen them before in Blueprint. We know that they're like Blueprint, and so on. And then we had the event graph where we actually program stuff in. Now, C++ is very Visual Studio Code hierarchical map of source H file, a bit like we want to find.
You didn't miss anything.
Words. So I'm going to click, and that would still be the full. You don't have to hit save every time you change messages that are the files and reload C++ code for games on the.
I have to add each here. Oh, my int is here. But he didn't do that, this fucker. Kill him. Finish him.
Fly. Click that button and a terminal will show up with a log of mev white space the semicolon in the details blueprint that takes precedence and overrides anything you did in C++. Fantastic stuff. We've created our first variables, our first code in C++, and brought it in using live coding. I will see you in the next lecture.
It was strange because...
So one thing to be aware of with live coding is that at the moment you can encounter some bugs when using it. So, for example, suppose I wanted to add a new U property into my moving platform. I can go ahead and just copy the int. I'm just going to have a my int2 here. Now I go ahead and faithfully, according to the course, use live coding to rebuild and see my new U property. And once that's done, go ahead and close the window. And I might go ahead and update the moving platforms property here. I might say, well, I don't want it to be 99 here. I want it to be set to 300 instead. And then I finish up for the day and I close down my editor. However, what you may observe is that when you go ahead and relaunch the project and go to the outline and look again for your moving platform, select it, you'll see that, oh no, that new property has disappeared. So what appears to have happened is that live coding only affected the change in the editor, but it didn't make it permanent on disk. It didn't kind of make it stay there. So what you might be tempted to do is, okay, well, I'll just hit the live coding button again. It's going to go ahead and rebuild, and it's going to reintroduce my change. But you'll notice, oops, it's reset it to the default value. So I've lost that data that I had entered in here, which is no good. So if you do find yourself in this situation where you've gone ahead and seem to have lost some data, go ahead and close the editor straight away so that we don't save any of that lost data. And then what you want to do is go over to Visual Studio Code and Control-Shift-B to bring up the build tasks and start your regular build task here. Make sure it recompiles fully outside of the editor with the editor closed. Then you can go back to your project file and open it up again. and we can go and look in the outliner for our moving platform, select it, and there you go. You can now see that the new property I'd added is not only there, but it is also there with the value. Bring up the build tasks and start your regular build task here. Make sure it recompiles fully outside of the editor with the editor closed. Then you can go back to your project file and open it up again. And we can go and look in the outliner for our moving platform, select it, and there you go. You can now see that the new property I'd added is not only there, but it is also there with the value that we saved it as before we closed the editor for the first time. So we've not lost any data this way. Now, I find that 90% of the problems with live coding boil down to this issue. So if that's the case, then a restart of the editor and reloading can do the trick. But if you find that frustrating, or you seem to be having other issues with live coding, you can revert to the old method of doing stuff, which is called hot reloading. You go to the edit menu and go to the editor preferences. You select live coding under the general section and just disable live coding like so. Then you can close the preferences, and you'll need to restart the editor to make this change permanent. So once that has been restarted, you can recompile either using the usual recompile button at the bottom right. So hopefully this lecture will see you through any issues you may encounter compiling with live coding, and I'll see you in the next lecture. Hello and welcome. In this lecture we are going to be making some rudimentary calculations here using some variables. I've got input A and input B and A plus B. When we hit play, then the results will be calculated on this actor to give us a result of 9. Let's dive in and see how we can perform these calculations in C++. So in the last lecture, we saw how we could expose some C++ variables into our editor. We could see the default values that we'd set, but we haven't really explored how to code in C++. We've really only declared some variables. So how can we go ahead and actually execute some functionality? Well, this is where the C++ file comes in. As I've said, there's a bit of an analogy here between the C++ file and event graph, because this is where we put our functionality, our what should the program do in Blueprint, whereas the event graph is where we define where to find functions and variables and what types they are. So it's more configuring the class. So the same is true in C++. The header file is for configuring, declaring what things are in the class, and the C++ file is where the actual code lives. So in this C++ file, we can see there are a few things here. These are the different functions in our C++ class. They were defined over in the header file, so you can see that we mention this begin play and tick over here. And in the C++ file, we show what code is actually inside them. So we've got begin play, we've got tick, and again, we're seeing these curly braces which surround the definition of the code for these functions. So the one we're interested in is begin play. It's the same as that begin play event that we've seen over in Blueprint, and the code that we write within these curly braces after the begin play, that is code that's going to be executed as soon as the game starts playing. So one thing that we can do in here is we can access the variables that we've created in our header file and potentially update them. So for example, I could take the myInt, and I could say, I want to update your value. We do this with the equals sign. So we say myInt equals, and then we could set it to something like 9 instead. And then with any instructions in C++, we also end them with a semicolon like so. Notice again my indentation, everything within these curly braces is indented one level to show that it is part of the begin play function definition. And it's important that you also add your lines of code after the line that says super begin play. Now, you can see that is on line 18 for me. And again, we can use as many new lines as we want to separate things out and give us a bit of breathing room. So what happens if I compile this with live coding, and then with that compilation successful, we go and play? Well, we need to select the moving platform actor in the outliner as we're playing, and you can see that the myInt has been updated from its default value to 9. And that is because begin play, that begin play function was run, and the command that we'd written there that we should set myInt equal to 9 was executed. Now we could use this to create a little bit of a calculator. So if I were to have two integers in here that we want to add together, I'm going to create a new int32 called input A. I'm going to set that default to 0, and I'm going to make it a uProperty edit anywhere. Then I'm going to have a second one, which is also a uProperty, and just to make it easier, I'm going to copy the whole lot. I'm going to have a second one, which I'm going to call input B. And then I'm going to have a third one, which again, I'm just going to copy, called A plus B. Now, what we want to do here is take the value that's in A, the value that's in B, and add them together and put them in A plus B. Well, we can do this by going back to the C++ file. I'm going to add a new line underneath where I set my int equal to 9, and I'm going to say that A plus B is equal to input A plus input B. And again, notice the variable names.
Okay, this is very basic.
I put spaces around my plus symbol to make it easier to read, and then I need to finish off the line with a semicolon. So if I go back into the editor and I recompile using live coding, I should see in my moving platform actor details pane that we've got an input A, an input B, and an A plus B. So I can put some numbers into A and B, and that will actually update the values inside my class. So I can put 4 and I can put 5 in here. And then when I hit play, my instruction to calculate the sum of those two will be executed. And if I go and look at the details pane for the moving platform, you can see that the value in A plus B has been set to 9, the sum of 4 and 5. So I'd like to challenge you to add 2 floats together. We've just done it with int32s. Now let's try with the floats. So add 3 new float variables to your header file. Call them something like input float A, input float B, and
I'm not doing that, sorry.
Float. Again, we're having to use different names because you can't have multiple variables with the same name, even if there are different types. And then add them together in begin play so that you get the result in A plus B float. Pause the video and have a go. Okay, so this is going to be fairly straightforward, almost copying and pasting here. I'm going to take the 3 variables that I've got that were int32. I'm going to paste a copy of these. I'm going to have input A float, and I'm going to change its type to float as well. The input B, I'm going to change to float, and have the output be a float as well. And then I'm going to have the type for A plus B be a float, and have it called A plus B float, which is just going to make it easy to see the difference between all of these. Let's go back into the editor, stop playing, hit the live coding button, and that's recompiled it, but I haven't actually put the code in begin play yet, so let's go back into Visual Studio Code, go to the C++ file, and this is where we need to have a new line at the end of the begin play, but before the curly brace, where we've got A plus B float is equal to input A float plus input B float, and then a semicolon at the end of the line, and that will be executed after the other 2 lines are executed at the beginning of play. So we'll hit the live coding button, close the terminal down and hit play, then select the actor in the outliner, have a look in the details pane, and well, we haven't added anything into the inputs, so let's have something in there for starters. Maybe I will have 6 and I'll put 7.3 in the A and B floats. Then I'm going to go ahead and hit play, select the actor, have a look in the details pane, and sure enough, we've got the result of 13.3 in the result variable. Great stuff. So in this lecture, we have used the C++ file and begin play function to execute some of our own C++ code. I'll see you in the next one. Hello and welcome. In this lecture, we're going to be looking at vectors and in general more complicated things like structs in C++ and how we can access the individual parts to both set and get those from a struct. Let's dive in. So we've learned how to deal with basic data types in C++ and create variables and assign to them and even do some basic arithmetic with them. But what about if we wanted to deal with more complicated types such as vectors and transforms? Well, the process is actually very similar. Let's start off by clearing out some of the test code that we've already got. I'm going to delete all of my U properties. For me, that's line 26 down to 51. And I'm also going to go over into the C++ file and delete lines 19 to 23, which is where I'm doing all of the work with those variables that I just deleted. So now begin play is completely empty. And we're back to essentially square one. So now what I want to do is add in a new U property. So all caps again, edit anywhere. And I'm going to give this the type of F vector. Notice the capitalization, capital F, capital V. And this is how we deal with the vectors that we've dealt with in Blueprint. They're the same vectors on the surface, but this is how we type it in C++. The F that precedes it just lets us know that this is a struct, in the same way as the A that precedes moving platform lets us know that that is an actor. That's not a C++ thing, that is an Unreal naming convention for naming the different classes, structs, and types. So then what we're going to do is give this vector C++. Gameplay is completely empty, and we're back to essentially square one. So now what I want to do is add in a new U property, so all caps again, edit anywhere, and I'm going to give this the type of F vector. Notice the capitalization, capital F, capital V, and this is how we deal with the vectors that we've dealt with in Blueprint. They're the same vectors under the surface, but this is how we type it in C++. The F that precedes it just lets us know that this is a struct, in the same way as the A that precedes moving platform lets us know that that is an actor. That's not a C++ thing, that is an Unreal naming convention for naming the different classes, structs, and types. So then what we're going to do is give this variable a name, and this works exactly the same way as if it were a float or an int. We can call it myFloat, for example. It needs to have no spaces. And if we were to put a semicolon at the end of the line here, then that's it. We've declared a new variable that will be visible in our details pane over in the editor. But that's not enough for me. I would like to actually give this a default value that's different from the default 000. To do that, we need to update our glossary with a new term. We need a constructor, which is essentially something in C++ that makes a new struct or class value. So if we were to create a constructor for the vector, the way this would work is we want to assign a value, so we hit equals, and typically when we were dealing with integers or floats, we could just use something like a 1 or a true. There were built-in values that allowed us to set the value of those basic types. But when we have more elaborate types, like a struct, we need to use the constructor. And the constructor will always have the same name as the data type. So it'll be f vector, spelled exactly the same. And then you open some parentheses, and inside the parentheses, you give the values that you want. So x, y, and z is what makes up a vector. So we could have 1, 2, and 3 all separated by commas, and then we close the parentheses and put a semicolon at the end of the line. And that will give a default value of 1, 2, and 3 in the x, y, and z for this vector. Let's try it out. Go back into Unreal and hit the compile button. And once that's completed successfully, we can make sure we've got the moving platform actor selected in our outliner, and have a look at the details pane and see that indeed we've got a new property called myFloat. The other ones have been taken away. And the values in its different positions, x, y, and z, is 1, 2, and 3, just as we expected. So that's great, but what if I wanted to get hold of these values and stick them perhaps in another property? So if I were to have another U property, which is marked as edit anywhere, so we can see it in the inspector, of type float called myX. And we'll default this to 0, just so that we can see that we're changing it. And what I want to do is grab the x value from the myFloat in begin play, and I want to set it in the myX variable. So let's go over to the C++ file, and in begin play, after the line that says super begin play, we're going to set myX equal to what? We want to get something from my vector, but we don't want the whole of my vector. That would be an error. We can't set
a float here.
We just want the x part of that vector. Well, to understand that, we need to understand the concept of an operator. Operators are symbols in C++ that do something. We've seen a few already. We've seen the plus operator, which adds two things together. There's also a minus operator. There's the equality operator, the equals operator, which assigns things. So we're using this right here on line 19. That's an operator that is assigning the value of my vector to my x. And then we have one more operator, which we need to get to know, which is the dot operator. It is an operator that gets something from within a struct or class. So we want to get the x from within my vector. So we use a dot operator. We do dot x. Now we don't use a space here between the my vector and the x. We just leave these run together like so. That's how we typically leave things, even though it isn't necessarily an error to put spaces in. So we've got my vector dot x should get the x value of the vector and put it into the myX float. So we put something at the end of the line there. And as usual, I'm ignoring these because sometimes they take a long time to update and sometimes they aren't correct. And then we're going to go into live coding and hit the button that recompiles and just check whether we get a successful outcome. And no, you see we've got a build failure, and if you look at the error, it's saying my vector is an undeclared identifier. And that's because I've made a typo. I've called the f vector a myFloat, and you're probably screaming at your screens, but it's good to show you that even experienced programmers make mistakes. We wanted to call that my vector, so I'm going to go back to the head file and rename it.
Hello, Habio.
Should remove the problem in my brain. Let's go ahead and click the compile button again, and that just gives you a taste of what it's like when you make errors. You get a compilation error. It happens all the time. In fact, it's very rare to not make mistakes the first time you do something. Then we're going to go ahead and hit play. And we'll see what value we get in the details pane. You can see now my x has been set to 1 because that was the value in the x component of the my vector variable. So I'd like to challenge you to set a vector value. We've been getting values from the vector, now let's try setting them. Basically, try using the dot operator to set a value. Try flipping the two sides of that equals, so that we have the my x on the right and the my vector over on the left instead. And what if you change it over to y or z? Is there any difference there? Pause the video and have a go. Okay, welcome back. So I'm going to have a go at flipping these two around. Let's go over to the C++. And in begin play, instead what I'm going to say is my vector dot y is equal to my x, and then put a semicolon at the end of the line. And this is how we can set values within a struct as well. So let's go back over into Unreal and recompile, and then we can go ahead and set some value in my x. So I'm going to put a value of 5 in here. Then I'm going to go ahead and play and have a look at the details pane for the moving platform. And sure enough, the y value of my vector has been updated in begin play by the value in my x. So congratulations, we have
well, it's basically an object, so that's very straightforward, no issues, nothing new so far.
Hello and welcome. In this lecture we're going to be learning about setting location, calling functions in C++ so that we can bring a cube to a new location.
690, that's perfect.
Let's dive in and see how functions work in C++. So let's take a look at how functions translate from Blueprint over into C++, particularly using functions. At this stage, we'll have a look at how to create our own later on in this section. So to refresh your memory, this is what a function looks like in Blueprint. You can see we have a node, we've got input pins on the left, output pins on the right, and we can plug things like a variable into an input pin. To do the same thing in C++, looks like this. You use, again, function names have no spaces in them, so instead of having a set actor location node as separate words, we have it all run together using camel case. And then we have our parentheses, and inside the parentheses we have a list of inputs, and these inputs could be more than one. You can have them comma separated, but for the first instance we're going to just have one, and these inputs are actually called arguments. Don't ask me why, I don't want to have an argument about it. So we are going to have to put these variables in, but you don't have to pass variables. Variables are just one way of doing it. You can pass values as well. So if we had a situation like this where we wanted just to set the location to 1, 2, 3...
Okay, so far very straightforward, nothing too complicated.
Directly inside the parentheses for the function. So that means that
you just declare what you want on the header.
Inside a variable. So let's give that a go. We'll go over to Visual Studio Code, and we're going to have a look.
And change it as you wish on the...
We have updated the my vector. I'm going to add a couple of new lines.
File.
And I'm going to start typing set actor location. Make sure you type it correctly because names have to match exactly in C++. Then you open your parentheses, and in here we are going to construct a new f vector value. So we're going to type f vector. Open parentheses again, and in here we are actually passing in arguments to the constructor for f vector. So this is very much like calling a function and then passing the value of that function into another function, but we'll talk more about that sort of stuff later on. And what we can do here is type in 1, 2, 3, and that means that the f vector 1, 2, 3 is going to be passed into set actor location, and then we put a semicolon at the end of the completed line. So let's go into Unreal, let's go ahead and compile the code, and for us to be able to see the effect of this, we need to go to our moving platform actor, and you'll notice there are actually no components on this actor, which means that it can't actually have a position, because only components can give it a position. So we can go ahead and add something like a cube to this moving platform actor. We'll go to the add in the details pane, and we go down to cube, and that gives us a cube, and we can go ahead and hit play and see whether we're able to set this actor's location. We can click on moving platform, and then we can eject using the eject button in the toolbar, and then double click on moving platform, and you can see it takes us to the moving platform's location. And with that selected in the outliner or in the scene view, we can have a look at the details pane, and we can see that sure enough the transform says that its location is 1, 2, 3. We have set that correctly in C++ code. Now for this next part, it's going to be just confusing if we are setting the y value of my vector from the my x variable. So let's delete that line in begin play. For me that's line 19. And
but it didn't
empty lines there, so that we've just got
that
one
did where I wanted
y to location. Then I'd like to challenge you to use a variable instead of constructing the f vector in place. So replace the f vector constructor that we're using, update the my vector so that it has a different location. Can you bring it so that it is closer to the player? When we hit play, the cube is actually positioned somewhere where the player can see it.
Give me a minute that I... Ah, okay. It's positioning now. Let's think about it a little. Actor location. I have... So tell me what you want, what you really want. Ah. What is this? BP person. Get goed. I have no idea how to do this.
Yet. Pause
Unless I set manually the correct values.
Hello and welcome back.
But that defeats the
way we do this
purpose,
is by
I
removing this
guess.
F vector and its parentheses and its arguments. That's what they're called, remember? And then as the argument to set actor location, we are going to type my vector. So it's going to use the value inside the my vector variable to set the actor's location on begin play, when we begin play.
Yeah,
so
that's what I had
reel.
before.
Stop play for now. Let's have a look at the location of our
Come on,
character.
guy.
We can see that there is...
Yeah, it's just using the
copy each of these manually.
hard-coded values. I don't want to do that.
Go to your moving platform.
I wanted to get it dynamically.
You can right-click and hit paste. And it's going to paste the entire vector right in there. So now we know that our moving platform cube is over here at 0, 0, 0. But if I hit play, well, actually, not very much happens because I forgot to compile. This is the thing to always remember, that we do need to compile any changes to
Whatever.
So we must hit that compile button.
Let's
and only
do
when that
as
is
he
complete
does.
will we actually see the changes that we've made. So let's go ahead and hit play. And there you go. We've got the cube standing right in front of our player. So we've successfully moved it in begin play using C++ code. Great stuff.
I
I'll
like
see you in a
this
minute.
very much. It is...
Hello and welcome. In this lecture, we're implementing moving platforms. We're actually going to make this platform move by understanding something called the game loop and how the tick function in C++ relates to it. Let's dive in and find out. So up until this point, we have been ignoring this function here, the tick function. We've been putting everything in begin play because that's what we've used before in Blueprint. But let's shed a little bit of light on this tick function. To understand tick, we need to understand the concept of a game loop. And this is how most game engines will
just
build
the
their
code,
engine.
just the
The way it
code,
works is that
right?
first of all, the game engine will take the
Yes.
input from the player. So
Seeing
whatever's
Unreal
currently
would be
happening,
more
whether the spacebar is
fun.
down, or whether it's the W key, whether the mouse has just moved a little bit, whether a mouse button is down, all that stuff's going to be taken in by the game engine and processed. Then the next thing is that information will be used to update the game state. Maybe the player will move forward a little bit, maybe a ball will bounce. All that sort of stuff will be calculated, and physics engines run, and all that sort of great stuff that we've seen in our previous games. And then the third step is that the game engine will take the game state and say, okay, well, the player's here and the camera's here, the ball is over there, and it will render it to the display. It will turn it from a set of numbers into an image to display on your screen. Now that image is called a frame being a single picture in a series of pictures that make up a video. Now your computer may be able to render lots and lots of frames a second, or it might render fewer, but that is called the frame rate. How many frames per second can your computer go through the game loop? How often can it process input, update state, and render it out? That is the frames per second. And in Unreal, we use the tick function to help us do the middle step of the game loop, to help us update the state of our game. It is a function that gets called every frame and exists in Blueprint as well as an event. So you get the tick event, and it basically allows you to do something to update your game every single frame. Now, in our case, what we want to do with this is allow it to move our platform. So how could we do that? Well, if we take our set actor location and remove it from begin play, and instead we update that location in tick. That's going to not do very much initially because we'll just be setting, constantly updating our location to the same location. If we do set actor location my vector and then semicolon, that's just every single frame, every single iteration through the game loop. It's just going to put the actor in the same place. However, where this gets interesting is if we update the value inside of my vector. So what we can do is we could say my vector dot z is equal to my vector dot z plus 1. So what we're doing here is we're taking the value that currently resides in my vector.z, we are adding 1 to it, and then we are taking that whole result and putting it back into my vector.z. So every single time we go through this game loop and tick is called by the Unreal Engine, my vector.z should be increasing by 1. So let's see what the result of this is. We go into Unreal and we hit the compile button, and then we go ahead and hit play. We should see that that platform is rising up, floating up into the air because I'm increasing its Z location, so I'm making it go higher and higher. So I'd like you to have a go at changing Y instead of changing Z. So
I love that I can
line
use
code,
plus
then
equal
use more
instead
than
of
one place.
this
Resize
shorthand
the platform
instead of
cube
doing
so that
like
it's a good platform for
he
you to
said,
jump
like
on,
my
and see
vector
if now updating Y instead of updating Z
dot
allows you
z
to jump onto
plus
Pause the video
1.
and have a go.
Way better to do like this. I think
Okay,
it's...
welcome back. So let's dive into Visual Studio Code, and what we want to do...
Wait, what did you ask for me to do? Okay, change the right line of code, resize the platform code. Does this let you jump on the platform? What?
Rising up, floating up into the air because I'm increasing its Z location, so I'm making it go
Why?
higher and higher. So I'd like you to have a go at changing Y instead of changing Z. So change the correct line of code. You may need to change this in more than one place. Resize the platform cube so that it is a good platform for you to jump on, and see if now updating Y instead of updating Z allows you to jump onto the platform.
Okay, but do I want to change this in the code or what? And if it's not, how do I get this static mesh in the code? That's something that I want to learn. Self dot cube. What the fuck? Self Not true walls. Okay, then we will change it on the Unreal UI. It's size. Is there a size property for this? No, there is not. And for the Z size, I think half of it. Less. Let me see. Where? Fuck. Okay, I have to set the position a little bit different. Yeah. And 10. Okay. Okay. Moving very slowly, but it's really moving, right? Yes. Let me do 4,000 on the Z. Close to the ground. Let me change to the Y. Oh shit. Moving a lot. And also this would be 900. So it's such a strange feeling to be on top of it. Let me do. Nice. Did this even? I don't think it changed the. Okay, now we're moving faster. But that's nice. I don't even have to stop playing to recompile. Oh shit! Oh shit! Please don't let me fall. Okay. Platform is working as expected. Moving forever. Forever and ever. Can I do something by myself here. Let me see. Returns the location of the HUD component of this actor. Yes, okay. Guess I have to declare, right? Do I have to do this? I don't even think that I do. Yeah, that's what I want. Get. Can I just do like that? Access the Y directly from the method? Or so? Probably right. So then I want plus -2. Basically what I want to do is let me change this. Both max distance equals y plus 6. Oh, this should be paste. Do like 90. Filed like oh shit. Moving to the other side. Okay. Okay. Indefinitely. Shit. Shit. That's not what I wanted. I don't want this to happen forever. What I wanted this to do is my actor location, which is the platform. While this is, if this is bigger than the max distance, then it no, that's the other way. If this is small, then we go up, otherwise we go down. Do this like 300 centimeters, meters, whatever it is. Else it goes like that. Yeah, but then it will go forever, right? There I live. Joseph. No, just what is the equivalent for? Is this something? The documentation for the. Because I'm alt-tabbed probably. Oh well, whatever. Let me do another if inside the house and later on. Cool. Because I can't show both of them at the same time. That's why. Yeah. Oh! We are going back, boys! Oh, but my actor is moving together. Okay. That doesn't make sense, right? I guess. No, but my actor is the platform itself. Okay. Boom. Let me see the positioning of this platform details. What? Hey, you should be going back already. Oh no! Oh no! Oh no, no, no! Maybe I have to have like a minimum distance. Right. Minimum distance. Else. So if it is bigger, do this. If it is smaller, in distance plus. Right? That should be enough, right? Is that a print thing? Actor int f distance mean distance. Let me see. Here, play. Where's the log? Let me do like actor. Can see a little bit better. Field. Oh, log. What? What? So it's not printf, so it should be log. Print. How the fuck does this work? Motherfuckers. Log. Moving platform. Let me try that. Oh, this will break. Failed. Why? Not viable. No viable function. Oh shit, this is not a log that I want to be. The first thing that has to be teached. How to log stuff. Everything else is garbage. How can I debug stuff, man? Well, let me search it. Pee. Log engine. Engine. Okay. Yes. Add-on. Screen debug message. Time 5. Boom. Seeing something in here. Fuck! Okay. This printf string. Okay. Work it. So. Right. So this and then. Max G. This. This one I can call only on the begin play, and that should. Minus 3000 minus 400. Ah, shirt. What? If my vector is max distance, it is print of string. Should be, right? Starving. Now it's working. Oh, the max distance is being updated. Of course, motherfucker, because it should be defined the big gameplay, not every step of the way. I have to. That's the issue. Right? Then here I do plus. It's kinda boring, but it's just the way I learn. I have to do something by myself. Watch something new too. Okay, it moved and it's... Is adding and subtracting. Yeah, I have to do another if. I'm not sure. Oh shit. Moving, boys. No. I have to do this differently. I'm not sure how I should do this here. If this guy... And... Did it play? Didn't play for me. Why? Oh, it was... Sorry. Sorry, bitch. What? Going... it's I just noticed that we don't have. Oh, did it work? We don't have music, we don't have anything playing. Now I'm eating, so. We will take a look at this. Now I'm talking semantics, that doesn't matter. So. What do we want to watch?
This indie developer just had their entire game ripped off Steam by one of the sketchiest companies I've ever seen, and they republished the broken down pirated version of the game onto the console's marketplace to try to scam people into buying trash. And apparently this isn't even the first time that this company screws over indie developers either. They have a long history of stealing assets from game developers, gamifying and flooding the indie store marketplace on consoles with their AI shovelware crap, and just trying to scam the players to buy broken down stolen games. So the issue that we're talking about here specifically has to do with one indie dev called Steel Quill Studios, that if you go ahead and check out their Steam page, they're known for making horror games. Like for example, you have Rotten Flesh, you have The Voidness, you have Baby Blues Nightmares, and based off the reviews, these games are actually pretty good. So Steel Quill just posted this thread on X the other day where it says, a big scam company just stole my whole game from Steam, ripped it and sold it as their own on PlayStation and other consoles. Recently, with the help of my publisher, I released the Backrooms 1998 on PlayStation, Xbox, and Nintendo Switch. I was pretty happy, you know? Been in development for a while and being a solo developer, and finally having my game on consoles is always awesome to see. That was cut short after someone pointed out that the game was there already. This company called Cool Devs SLR stole my whole game, ripped it, pasted a bad AI crap as cover, literally made a bad version of it, and just published it on consoles and sold it themselves. So here's some screenshots of how the actual real Backrooms 1998 looks compared to the fake copy. You can see that apart from like a few filters and like aesthetic choices, the game looks exactly the same. And if you go based off the gameplay footage, you can see that they have the exact same mannequins in the exact same spot, same chairs, you know, same vibe and aesthetics, even the same gameplay. You know, you don't have to be a game developer to know that this is just a ripped off game. So how exactly did they steal it? It says here that they stole the whole game by using some program and decompiled the whole assets alongside the music, sounds, voice lines from the voice actor I hired, and everything else. They only changed the monster and the picture on the frame and put it up for sale on consoles. And honestly speaking, I didn't even think this sort of thing was possible outside of platforms like Roblox, for example, because sometimes when you go to Roblox, you look for one popular game and then suddenly you find that, yes, you have that game, but it's just surrounded by like 50 different copies of the exact same game that have just been ripped off and re-uploaded into the platform. So I knew that this whole situation is something that's prevalent and happens a lot in Roblox. I didn't know it happens so often on Steam though. But let's go ahead and talk about the scumbag company that's behind all of this, or I guess I should say the companies, since it's not really like one person or one company, it's like an entire group that operates under multiple legal names like Cool Devs SLR, Dev Group SLR, Midnight Works SLR, you know, all I know is that they're all based out in Moldova. Kind of like how you have an entire building filled with offices for scam callers to just be calling nonstop. Well, it looks like you have the same exact thing, but in, you know, with game development. People that are just ripping off popular games off Steam, trying to make some money by making defective pirated versions. So if you go ahead and check out the releases of Cool Devs SLR specifically, you can see that they have Trade 'em Up, TCG, Empire Shop, and then you also have down here Liar's Tavern, TCG Card Shop Master. You know, obviously the TCG ones are just a copy-pasted version of TCG Card Shop Simulator, and Liar's Tavern, of course, is just a ripoff of Liar's Den. But you can see that they have an entire library of games that are just, you know, poorly made, copy-pasted, AI-generated crap. And if you go over to the PlayStation 5 online store and you check out the games to wishlist section, that section is just filled with so many of these shovelware games, and they're just dropping brand new ones multiple times a week. And it all depends on whichever indie game is popular at the moment. And usually you can spot these things right away, since the games are always a knockoff of a pre-existing game. Their cover art always uses some sort of AI-generated slop, and even though they might be registered on the store as different companies, well, if you look for the games on other platforms like Steam, for example, usually they'll be under the same company name. And unfortunately, when you see this sort of thing happening and PlayStation not really doing anything to address it, well, you have this one section that could be used for smaller indie legitimate companies trying to, like, you know, make their game stand out. It just makes the entire thing unusable because all you see here is just shovelware crap. So the way that they were gamifying the PlayStation storefront was using an exploit on the upcoming games to wishlist section, where this is exactly how it works. There used to be an exploit where there are 20 slots on the main dashboard to show upcoming games. This studio figured out that the games shown were the ones being released furthest out, but less than a full year in the future. What they did was crank out 20 crappy asset flips and fudge the dates on them so they would all appear to be coming out in 364 days. This way, the main dashboard would show all of their games and pretty much no real ones. They would even keep changing the dates to make sure their games stayed 364 days out. PlayStation then had to fix this exploit and change how the recommendation systems work because of this publisher specifically, and even then, they still found a way to gamify the system even more, because then it says that they found a new exploit that said Sony reversed the order in which games are displayed so that the games coming out, the 20 games coming out the soonest, will be displayed on the main dashboard instead of the 20 coming out closest to a year out. This was obviously in response to Midnight Works SLR's reputation. How did Midnight Works SLR respond? They changed all the dates on their games to make it look like they're about to come out so they could still be the only ones displayed. This not only prevents all real games from getting displayed, but it's deceptive to gamers since they aren't really releasing those games on those dates. I've been watching and they keep moving the release dates forward on their games so that they're always about to come out. This is extremely deceptive to gamers and completely screws over every other real developer on the platform. So I went down a little rabbit hole after we talked about this on stream, and I found the official documents for Cool Devs SLR, the name of the CEO. I found the website for Midnight Works, which is one of the companies that they talk about. You know, again, they're all under the same umbrella basically. And apparently Midnight Works also works on publishing games. So if you make a game on Steam, they will actually work with you to publish it onto consoles like Stadia, Android, Nintendo Switch, Xbox, PlayStation, which actually coincides with Steel Krill's thread, because Steel Krill mentions on the thread another important detail that may have ties or not. I got contacted last year by a very sketchy publisher wanting to publish my game. I declined because something seemed off. Next thing I know, someone stole it and published it as their own. Could there be ties to this? So what ended up happening with Steel Krill and the Backrooms 1998? The aftermath of it all. What exactly went down? Because we had an update that happened literally yesterday. Well, it looks like the game was removed from all the marketplaces. The fake one, you know, not the official Backrooms 1998. No, the fake Backrooms Horrorscape was removed at the request of Steel Krill, and it looks like the fake devs of the stolen game basically made contact with them yesterday and said that it was a mistake and they removed it from the store. And I just find this comment to just perfectly encapsulate the whole situation. Sorry, I slipped and copied your game by mistake and submitted it to Nintendo afterwards. You know, the usual. Yeah, stole the source code, uploaded the whole copyrighted game to all platforms, passed QA, and mind you, added trophies to their stolen game, all by a small mistake. Whoops, my bad. I didn't mean to do that, but you know, it kind of just happened. And unfortunately, I don't really think this is going to stop this company from continuing to do this. They'll probably stop doing it to Steel Krill's game specifically, but they're just going to go ahead and keep doing it to other people. And if their company gets shut down, well, like I mentioned, they have so many different names that they operate under. It's really hard to crack down on this sort of like behavior. It's really disgusting at the end of the day. You know, sometimes I see people literally take my videos from YouTube, re-upload them, steal the thumbnail, literally a 1-for-1 copy. I see that happening and I'm just like, why would you do that, you know? So I'm just imagining it from like a game developer standpoint, where you have to code the entire game, make a masterpiece out of it, and then just have someone literally copy, paste, and try to steal it and pass it off as their own. That's honestly just disgusting behavior. And as for repercussions for this company, unfortunately, there isn't really much you can do. You know, as a solo developer, as an indie developer, you probably don't have the funding to fight a giant legal battle against someone who's like halfway across the world. And even if you did win, well, who's to say, like I mentioned, they don't just operate under a different name, or, you know, they probably live in a country where it's just not possible to apply the full extent of the law. So it really sucks to see that this happened to Steel Krill. I'm really happy that they managed to deal with it, and hopefully, you know, they can keep making awesome, great horror games. I'm not much of a horror game person myself, but after seeing the story, I'm just like, maybe I'll check out the Backrooms 1998. We'll see if I get jump scared or not. But anyways, guys, yeah, thank you guys so much for watching, and I'll catch you on the next one.
The term hidden gem is kind of a misnomer in gaming nowadays. Most of the time it's a title granted to games that are certainly Kill the Crows is a Western-themed twin-stick shooter where you play as Isabella, a desperado who has a bunch of deadly birds flocking to her like her name was the Wet Bandit. Your objective is what the title implies. Kill the Crows, a straightforward task that proves to be a bit more difficult than it might seem. All you have to defend yourself is your pistol and your aim as you fend off waves of increasingly tough enemies and bosses, trying to rack up as high of a kill count as you can before inevitably biting the dust. To me, the unique pull of Kill the Crows is the fact that everyone, including you, dies in one hit. While this aspect makes thinning the hordes thrown at you easier to manage, the ever-looming threat of death due to a single mistake breeds a constant air of tension at all times. Your ace in the hole, however, is your showdown ability, which lets you paint several targets to take out in an instant, and frankly, dumpsters your competing cowboys' pathetic high noons and dead eyes. You're expected to use this a lot, as it recharges every few kills and is an absolute necessity for getting out of rough spots. It's a simple but satisfying loop of rotating between shooting enemies normally and making wise use of your showdown to keep yourself alive. There are several unlockables to work for, including passive perks, different variations of your showdown, and a selection of revolvers, each offering their own quirks, such as piercing rounds or a shotgun with limited range and mag size, or even the big iron. There's enough variety to find a loadout that works for you. I personally ran with the shotgun and the showdown that lets me shoot through walls to take out priority targets easily, as there are several enemies that are much more scary to deal with than others. Snipers, for instance, are priority number 1 due to their range and accuracy. Shielded enemies apply positional pressure, forcing you to stay on the move and finding an opportunity to flank. And of course, there are the bosses. What I find funny about this game is that once you get better at it, the bosses ironically become one of the easier parts of the game, as they die in one hit, just like everything else. Most boss fights are over in less than 10 seconds, and it's extremely satisfying to become quicker and quicker at taking them out as you get better at the game. The presentation is also solid on all fronts. The pixel art is awesome and full of detail, with my favorite touch being the death animations on enemies as they flop backwards while their corpse slides away. Gunshots let out a punchy, crackly bang as the sound of ejected shells plink around. And the music, while only having one track, fits the mood perfectly, and I felt it never overstayed its welcome. It all just sounds and looks crisp. It's a nice, polished-looking product with quality where it counts. My biggest takeaway with Kill the Crows is that you don't need to have a massive scope to make a good game. It's a rudimentary wave shooter with a handful of simple but well-executed mechanics and just enough variety to stay interesting until the end. It's the video game equivalent of a $5 footlong. Do people even remember what that is? $5 footlong? No? Okay, moving on. I can't think of another time where I was sold on a game just from reading the first line in its Steam description. Felvedek, a JRPG set in 15th century Slovakia.
Hello? I'll take it.
What I got was a beautiful, heartfelt game that after 6 hours left me more satisfied than games that have taken me even 10 times as long to complete. You take on the role of Pavel, an alcoholic knight stricken with permanent trollface syndrome, tasked with investigating a mysterious cult that threatens your homeland, meeting and interacting with a wide assortment of characters along the way, such as Matej, your faithful priest companion, Joseph, the lord of Felvedek with an unhealthy chess obsession, and Naya the dog, who is important because she's a dog. The story is surprisingly compelling, with several twists and turns that kept my intrigue thoroughly stirred throughout. What caught me off guard, though, was just how funny the game was. Granted, the humor is drier than drinking a Sauvignon Blanc while watching King of the Hill in Phoenix, Arizona.
This city should not exist. It is a monument to man's arrogance.
But still funny regardless, and it's an incredibly welcome juxtaposition to some of the darker happenings in the story. I'm being intentionally vague here because I think it's a story best experienced knowing as little as possible, so get your spoilers somewhere else. The gameplay is pretty stripped down. Crumble is a physics-based 3D platformer where you play as an inexplicably fast blob that answers the age-old philosophical question of, what that tongue do, though? The answer, naturally, is being a grappling hook. As we all know, grappling hooks make almost any game instantly better, so building an entire game around the concept is practically a no-brainer, and Crumble nails this concept almost flawlessly, delivering a sense of speed and momentum that I have yet to really experience in another game. Your objective is simple: get to the end of the level as fast as you can. Revolutionary, I know, but the simplicity of the gameplay on the surface is a bit deceptive, as the nature of the physics system lends a near-limitless skill ceiling and creative thinking on part of the player to navigate the environment. Seriously, go look at the speedruns. It's completely nuts what some people can pull off. Zipping from platform to platform and vine to vine to the end goal of each level has an incredible sense of flow that's maintained even when you mess up due to a generous checkpoint system and relatively easy ability to course correct thanks to your exceptionally lengthy spit noodle. There's a constant barrage of having to make split-second choices, calculations, and reactions to maintain course that makes any uninterrupted streak of high speed feel earned in a way that even most 3D Sonic games don't even come close to capturing. Blue Blob beats Blue Blur. Go figure. Say that 5 times fast. Blue Blob beats Blue Blob. Blue Blob. The real standout of Crumble, however, is with the level design. From forests of bouncy mushrooms to chaotic ruins under bombardment to riding the backs of giant rock dragons, there's a plethora of creativity on display that is more than likely to lead to some, sorry for using this word, epic Moments that have stuck with me ever since the first time I played this game years ago. Couple that with unlockable bonus levels that each explore their own unique gimmicks to toy around with, and there's quite a lot to love here. Most notably, there's a pinball level which communicates to me that this game was made for me and me only. This game is mine now. While the game's presentation isn't exactly a showstopper, and the game's mascot looks like something out of a 5th grader's first creepypasta, I personally enjoyed the game's aesthetic a lot. The liberal use of lighting and colors is a pleasure to look at and does a good job of distinguishing the various biomes throughout the game. Some people have knocked the music, but I think it's a cute and fun collection of ragtime tracks that, for better or worse, helps give the game a unique identity.
The music sucks.
Crumble isn't perfect, of course. Climbing walls
Doesn't
can be a bit
match.
frustrating, and some of the more vertical levels and platforming sections are sometimes a slog and fail to play the game's strengths. There's also one level in particular that, while visually amazing, made me want to start popping Dramamine like they were Tic Tacs. Ugh. Overall, though, Crumble is a solid experience that has stuck with me ever since I first played it in 2020, and for that reason alone, I felt it was worth putting in this video. If you're a fan of platformers and going fast, pick it up. The developer also has another game coming down the pipeline that looks downright gorgeous and has a free demo on Steam. Go check it out. Or don't. I'm not your dad. Arctic Eggs is one of the weirdest games I have ever played, and I love it for that. Its strange imagery, gameplay, and humor makes it come off as a deeply unserious product, while at the same time being one of the best recent examples of games as art that I've experienced in years. And it's a game about cooking eggs. So in Arctic Eggs, your goal is to head around the town of what I can only assume is Buffalo, New York, with your trusty frying pan and a pocket full of dreams to feed the hungry denizens in order to secure an audience with the fabled Saint of the Six Stomachs. The gameplay consists of cooking stuff in a skillet without letting it fall out, and that's about it. Despite the simple gameplay, it actually has enough nuance and challenge to make such a rudimentary task surprisingly fun and engaging. The key aspect of the gameplay involves having to keep the food in motion in order to cook it, meaning you can't simply let go of the mouse, wait, flip the food, and then wait again. You're always having to keep the proverbial poultry plate spinning. Proverbial poultry plates. What the fuck was I thinking? It starts off easy enough with learning how to cook a single egg, and next thing you know, you're having to do the same thing with a pack of Marlboros in the pan, or having to avoid explosive bullets from knocking all of your stuff out. The game introduces enough twists and gimmicks to keep your attention, and it never overstays its welcome within its modest runtime. The difficulty setting is also pretty easy. You want to go baby mode walk style, or do you step it up and go big dick flapjack energy? Beyond the gameplay though, what stuck with me in Arctic Eggs was just the overall weird vibes it emanates. The townsfolk have dialogue that is downright unpredictable, their cooking requests don't make any sense, everyone has this unsettling
creative. I like this.
And this guy default dances for some reason. Despite all the nonsense though, it delivers some pleasant surprises in the form of some banger lines that just come out of nowhere. The sea of absurdity makes these small moments of clarity or humor stand out and almost makes you believe there's more wit and thought behind Arctic Eggs than first impressions might let on. It's uncompromising in its vision and commitment to the weird that I can't help but respect it. It's what I'd call an abstract artwork in video game form. You kind of just experience it and walk away with whatever meaning you want from it, or even no meaning at all. What really stuck with me was this surprisingly profound quote that I just want to share. Pandering resembles erosion. Grand ideas, like towering mountains, erode into accessible but diminished forms. Initially, these ideas, pure and monumental, become mountains through expression, enabling others to perceive them. Yet, as demands for broader accessibility grow, like relentless rain, they sculpt the peaks into gentler hills, and eventually, valleys and canyons. This erosion, while making the mountains more accessible, strips away the beautifully rigid peaks. At the canyon's base, the view spans wide, offering superficial understanding without deeper engagement. The hiker who navigates the mountain's original rugged terrain, though seeing less, grasps its true nature far beyond any canyon bitch. My nostrils are hurting.
Signal detected. Initializing.
Two of my favorite games from the late 2000s were Geometry Wars 1 and 2. And ever since then, I've never quite found a game that's ever scratched the same itch. Until I played Cyberpulse. Cyberpulse is an arcade twin-stick shooter, but not actually a shooter, composed of dozens of unique levels and boss battles that is pretty much what I'd consider to be the spiritual successor to Geometry Wars and more. The core gameplay in Cyberpulse involves a gravitational field
whatever.
that brings enemies in whatever direction.
Going with my...
Pause the video and have a go. Okay, welcome back. So let's dive into Visual Studio Code, and what we want to do is be setting myVector.y equal to myVector.y plus 1. So that's going to be moving it along the y-axis instead of the z-axis. And then we're going to be setting the location every frame to the result that is stored in the myVector variable. So we'll go back into Unreal and make sure we compile. Then we're going to search the outliner for the moving platform and select it. Go to the details pane. And in here, we want to basically, well, let's double click on the platform so we can see it. And then we want to scale it up a little bit. So I'm going to use the scale tool with the R key, and I'm going to increase the Y scale and the X scale and decrease the Z scale. So my platform's a little bit shorter like so. Then we're going to, might as well save the level, hit play, and the platform is floating off to my right. So it's also bigger, which means that I can come up and stand on it. And there we go. We've got our first little bit of a game mechanic. We've got a moving platform. It doesn't go backwards and forwards. We're going to figure out a little bit more about that in upcoming lectures. But for now, we've actually implemented some game functionality in C++. I think you should be very proud of yourself at this moment. Pat yourself on the back, and I'll see you in the next lecture. Hello and welcome. In this lecture, we're going to be investigating the concept of local variables, variables that only exist within a given function. We're going to see how we can use this to set our location to a different value than the one stored in the my vector. Let's dive in. So up until this point, we have been dealing with variables that belong to a class. We've done this in Blueprint, and now we've done it in C++. And this means that the variable is alive for as long as the instance of the class. Each instance gets its own copy of a variable, but while the class instance is alive, the variable is too. Now, this concept that I've just talked about is actually got a name. It's called scope. What it means is, how long does the variable live? And I've just described an instance variable. That's a variable that lives as long as a particular instance of a class. Now, there are other types of variables as well. There are variables that live as long as a function. Basically, when you call a particular function, that function runs, and as soon as the function finishes, the variable dies. So in C++, generally speaking, a variable is valid between the braces in the syntax. So it's a good rule of thumb. It's not always exactly correct, but the tick function, for example, we've got some braces here, and if we were to declare a variable inside this tick function, then it would only exist for one time the tick function is called, and the next time it would be created afresh. The moving platform, we can see that if we have a look at moving platform.h, you can see the my vector is being declared within some curly braces that belong to the definition of the class, which is why these variables live for as long as an instance of the class does. So I'd like to prove this to you. So let's go into the moving platform.cpp, and let's create a local variable within this. So I'm going to create it in exactly the same way as we did when we're declaring it over in the header file. We're going to have an f vector, then the name of the vector, I'm going to call it local vector. And then we can set this a value right when we create it. We can do that using the constructor for f vector, or we can do it from another variable, just like we can pass a variable into a function. So we can, first of all, going to use the constructor method. So we're going to have f vector, and I'm going to give it a 1, 2, 3, and then a semicolon at the end of the line. So that now is a local variable. It only exists within this function, and it gets reset every single time the function is called. So if I were to do something like this, if I was to do something like we have on line 29 with the my vector being updated, we can have a local vector. We can have local vector.z is equal to local vector.z plus 1. And if I were to set my location to that local vector, it is going to be the same every single frame, because we reset and start from the same location, 1, 2, 3, every single tick function. So this function really only exists locally. So I'd like you to try a little experiment as your challenge to set local vector from the my vector. So you're going to basically do, rather than setting it from the constructor, you're going to set it from the value that's currently in my vector. That's going to take a copy of that vector into your local vector. Then I'd like you to set actor location using the local vector, and because we're trying to update that local vector every frame, let's see what the effect is. Does the platform move? Would you expect it to? And go and try it out. Compile the code, play, and see whether it actually does. Pause the video and have a go. Okay, welcome back. So I'm going to, instead of using the constructor here to set the local vector, I'm going to set my vector instead. So we're taking the value that's currently stored in my vector, and we're putting it into local vector. And then we are updating the local vector. We're increasing its z by 1. every single frame, and then I'd like to set actor location instead of from my vector, we're going to set it from the local vector instead. Now, what's going to happen in this case, do you reckon? Let's go ahead and find out. I'm going to hit the compile button and going to go ahead and hit play, and we'll see that the platform is still moving off to the right, but it isn't going up in the Z direction. So you can see that this isn't really having an impact, the increasing of the local vector, because it's being reset from the current value in my vector every frame. My vector, however, is still being updated every frame. The Y value is being increased every frame, and that's why we're seeing the movement over to the right. So one way we can see that this change to local vector is just local is by increasing this value from 1 to maybe 100. So we're adding 100 to the local vector value. We can go over and compile and then hit play. And what you're going to see is that the platform's actually 100 units higher in the air. Let's just take a second here and eject out with F8 and pause the game with the pause button in the main toolbar, and then select our moving platform to have a look at it in the details pane. To do that, I'm having to actually click on it in the viewport for some reason. Sometimes it doesn't work just clicking on it in the outliner. And I'd like to point out to you that the value in my vector, the Z value in my vector, is 100 units less than the Z location of the transform. So you can see that adding to that local vector has had an impact. We have got our location 100 units higher than the location in the my vector. And what's really great about local variables is that when the function has finished its particular execution, they get cleared up and reset. So you can always know what to expect with a local variable. You always know what value is going to be in it, unlike a class variable, which can be updated anytime from any other function. So we're going to be putting these local variables through their paces in a few lectures time. Let's dive on. Hello and welcome. In this lecture, we're going to be learning about comments, these things in green in Visual Studio Code, and how we can use them to write pseudocode to essentially be a note to ourselves on how we want to implement something. Let's dive in and learn about these concepts. So, what is pseudocode? Pseudocode is, this is the dictionary definition, is a plain language description of the steps that we're going to be using in an algorithm. So I want to write a plain language description of what we're planning to do to make this moving platform go backwards and forwards. Now, to do that, I could write it out on a piece of paper, but I can actually write it into my code without having to worry about making sure it's correct C++, and that is the whole point of pseudocode. But to do that, we need to know one more piece of the puzzle, which is, what is a comment? A comment is code that is ignored by the compiler. So it's a way of writing into our text file stuff for humans to read that the compiler will then ignore, and we can just use that to write pseudocode. We can use it to write notes to each other as programmers and to clarify what it is we're trying to do in a piece of code. So let's have a look at doing this over in the moving platform CPP in Tick. Now, a comment is basically any line that starts with a double forward slash. You can see that in Visual Studio Code, this automatically gets colored in green, and we can see examples of these green lines elsewhere in the C++ file. You can see it says fill out a copyright notice, it says sets default values, called while the game starts or when spawned, called every frame. So actually these comments are already helping us understand what's going on in this C++ file, and now we understand that these lines have no particular meaning to the compiler. In fact, as far as the compiler is concerned, one of the first things it does is just remove all comments from the file because it just doesn't need them. It ignores them when it's dealing with them and turning them into binary. So what we want to do is write out a little plan for how we are going to make our platform move backwards and forwards. So the first thing we're going to do is update the location of our platform. So move the platform forwards. So move platform forwards. And how are we going to do that? Well, I'm going to use some indentation to show that this is how we're going to be moving the platform forwards. We're going to get its current location. Then we are going to add a vector to that current location, and that might be a good place for us to use a local variable because we don't want that intermediate result to be remembered at the class level. Then we're going to set that location. But what about sending the platform back? Well, let's have another comment here just at the indentation level below. We're going to send platform back if gone too far. So what we're going to have to do there is check how far we've moved, first of all. And if we've gone too far, we're going to reverse the direction of motion. So reverse direction of motion if gone too far. So here we have a very basic pseudocode description of what we're planning to do in the upcoming lectures. please go ahead and add this to your own C++ file. You can use your own words to describe each step. This is just my interpretation of it. And because this isn't used by the compiler at all, it doesn't matter whether you have a typo or anything like that. The most important thing is that you just start each line with a double /. Okay, I will see you in the next lecture. Hello and welcome. In this lecture we're going to be learning about how we can get outputs out of functions in C++, and we're going to use this to vastly simplify our code and to start implementing some of that pseudocode we've written. Let's dive in. So before we try to understand return values from functions, let's do a brief detour and understand two concepts here, add two more concepts to our glossary. So the first one is the expression. An expression is a fragment of code that produces a value, and there's the statement, which is a fragment of code that is an action to be performed. Now, these two actually have a relationship in that an expression almost always is a statement, in that to calculate the value of a fragment of code, it needs to be an action to be performed. But the same isn't necessarily true the other way around. A statement isn't always going to give you a value. So let's have a look at some examples of expressions and some things that are not from the code that we've already written. So when we type myVector into C++, this is an expression because it has the value of whatever is stored inside the myVector variable. Same's true for local vector. And in fact, if you have local vector plus .z, that itself is an expression, and local vector .z plus 100, that itself is an expression too, because the local vector .z gave you the value inside of the z member, and when you add 100, that gives you a new value, which has the addition of 100. So these are all expressions. However, something that is not an expression is when we declared our local vector. When we said f vector local vector equals my vector and put a semicolon at the end of the line, we can't use that to get a value. There's no value there. It's just telling C++ that here's an action for you to perform. I want you to create a new local vector. So that is not an expression. However, something that is an expression is getActorLocation. It's a function that we are calling, because there's parentheses on the end here. We actually don't have any arguments here. This is an empty list of arguments, but it is calling something. And because this function has a return value, the actual piece of code here is an expression that takes on the value of whatever's returned from the function. And this is essentially the same as the output pins that we have previously seen in Blueprint. Except unlike with Blueprint, you can only have one output value from a function. There's just one return value. So that is what we can use over here where we've written our pseudocode that says get current location. That is where we're going to do that. We're going to get the location using our getActorLocation. So let's create a new local variable here. We're going to have a new local variable called f of type f vector. It has to be of type f vector because that is the type returned from getActorLocation. And we're going to call this current location. And we'll set that equal to the result or the expression getActorLocation, and then parentheses, a set of matching parentheses, and then a semicolon to end the line. So if we dissect this line a little bit, we can see that this bit here, the getActorLocation and the parentheses, is the expression. It's getting us the value, which is the current location of the actor. Then we are doing an assignment to the current location, which is also being declared right here. So on this line, this whole line is not an expression. There's no value out of it. It is a statement. And usually you can tell a statement because in C++ it ends in a semicolon. Okay, so this is essentially going to allow us to do away with the myVector and local vectors that we've been using previously, because we should just be able to update our local variable here, this current location that we've got from the location of our actor. So what we're going to do is, further down here we've got a comment that says set the location. So after that comment line, I'm going to do a set actor location using the expression current location, which is just using that variable value, and then put a semicolon at the end of the line to say that this whole thing is a statement. We want it to execute this action, set actor location. And notice that while my comments are indented, I have decided not to indent the code to match, because usually we want our code to be at one level of indentation within the function. Now, what I can do is I can remove all of the code we had previously, everything involving local vector, myVector, set actor location using the local vector. I can remove all of that so that all we've got now is the stuff around our comments. And also I'm going to go over into the header file and clean things up a bit here. We no longer need the my vector, we no longer need the my XU properties, so I'm going to delete these ones as well. Now obviously the moving platform CPP doesn't actually do very much because we get the current actor location, then we set it again, which basically has no effect. So I'd like you to have a go at updating the current location of the moving platform in that tick function. So use the X or Y members as you see fit. Well, X will move you forward, Y will move you to the right. Then you can add to it and assign back into the member, as we've been doing previously to update our moving platform's location. So add 1 or 2, depending on how fast you want the platform to move. And then move the platform to its start location, because now we don't have that member variable to tell it the start location. We're actually using the current location. So wherever you place that platform, that is where the platform is going to start from. And then I'd like you to compile and test your code and see if it's moving as you'd expect. Pause the video and have a go. Okay, welcome back. So we're going to be placing this line of code just underneath the comment that talks about it, add vector to that location. And the reason we're putting it here is because of the order. We want to get the current location, update it, and then set it. We don't want anything out of order to happen there. If we were to update it before we created the variable, well, that variable wouldn't exist. Remember, it's a local variable. It only exists once we create it within this particular call of the function. And if we'd done it after set actor location, again, that modification would just be chucked away when we got to the closing brace in the function. So we're going to set the current location.x I'm going to use equal to the current location.x plus 1. And then put a semicolon on the end of the line, and we're going to go back into Unreal, and we're going to hit the compile button. And as I mentioned, we now need to go and move this moving platform to its starting location. So I'm going to click on our third-person character, and I'm going to copy his location by right-clicking on the location, hitting copy, then going to our moving platform, right-clicking on its location, hitting paste. So that puts the platform right inside our player, which is not actually what we want. So I'm going to move it slightly off to the right of the player like so, and I can see if it's at the right height. I think I'll make it a little bit lower down, which is one of the benefits of using the current location rather than a location variable, is that I can actually see where this platform is going to be in the world. So now if I go ahead and hit play, then you can see that the platform is moving along nicely in the X direction, and I can still jump on it and be moved along with it. Great stuff. Now we've learned how return values work out of functions. We are really starting to understand a lot of the concepts from blueprints in the C++ world. I'll see you in the next lecture. Hello and welcome. In this lecture, we're going to be looking at how we can set our moving platform using a vector velocity in its member variables, and we're going to look at how we can make its movement frame rate independent using something called delta time. Okay, let's dive in. So up until this point, we have been just updating a single component of our vector at a time. Now, what if I told you that we don't have to do it this way? What if we can just update the whole vector by a certain amount in one go? Well, we can. Vectors can be added to other vectors, as we've seen in the previous section. So what we could do is go over to our moving platform.h and create something which is our moving platform velocity vector that tells us both the direction and the speed at which we want to go. So the way we do this is create a rather familiar by now U property, and we're going to make it edit anywhere so it's visible in the inspector. And then it's going to be of type F vector as we've done before, and we'll call it the platform velocity. And we can give it something for now, so we're going to do an F vector constructor, and then we'll just give it, say, 100 in the X component and 0 and 0 in the others, and then semicolon to finish it off. And I want to show you just one more trick here, is that along with edit anywhere, we can put another comma separated argument to this uProperty thing, which looks a little bit like a function actually. You can put one that is called category with a capital C, and then you put the equal sign, and I don't usually leave a space between these equal signs, category equals, and then you can give a category that you want to show up down here. You can see there are categories for transform, rendering, replication. These are the kinds of categories we mean. I'm going to call mine moving platform, so that we have a kind of moving platform category to put these variables into. And note that I use double quotes around that category. That's the correct syntax. You do need to include those. And then what we can do is we can make use of this new member variable over in the C++. So instead of setting the X component of current location, let me entirely remove that line and rewrite it as the current location is equal to the current location plus platform velocity, like so. Put a semicolon on the end of the line, and let's go over into Unreal and hit compile and see how this goes. So that's compiled successfully, and you can see I now have this moving platform section on my moving platform with a platform velocity, and its X component is set to 100. What happens if I go and hit play? Well, the platform speeds off rapidly into the distance because I'm adding 100 units every single frame. That is a lot, but I do want it to move at a velocity of around 100 centimeters per second. That's just 1 meter per second. It's not very fast. So why is it going so fast? Well, because of my frame rate. Well, if I was on a slower system, it would be moving slower, and if I was on a faster system, it would be moving faster. That doesn't seem to make sense. So let's talk about using delta time. What is delta time? Well, using delta time in Unreal can tell us how long each frame took to execute. Where's delta time? Well, if you go to Visual Studio Code, you can see delta time is a variable mentioned here at the top of tick. This is actually an input parameter. It's the input to our function. So we can use it here essentially like we'd use a local variable. We can use it within the body of the tick function. So it tells us how long a frame took to execute, but why is that important? Because when we multiply something by delta time, it essentially makes our game frame rate independent, which basically means that the game behaves the same on a fast or a slow computer. So let's take a look at an illustrative example. If I want to each second move something by 1 unit to the left, here's how it would look on different machines. I've got a slow computer, it can only do 10 frames per second, and a fast computer, which can do 100 frames per second. Now, the duration of those frames is different. So on the slow computer, the duration of the frame is 0.1 of a second, if I can only fit 10 of them into a second. And on a fast computer, it would be 0.01 of a second, so much less, because it can execute things faster. It doesn't take as long to compute a frame. So if I multiply by the duration of the frame, I multiply my 1 unit by the duration of the frame, then you're going to see that in 1 second, so where 10 frames have been executed, I get 1 unit of movement. And the same is true if I've done 100 frames of execution, I still get 1 unit of movement. So I'd like to challenge you to multiply by delta time. So what we're going to do is remember that we can multiply vectors by a floating point value to scale their magnitude. And the way we can do this in C++ is using the star operator. That is how we do multiplication. There's no multiplication sign operator. It would be confused with an X. So we use the star operator to denote the frame. Then you're going to see that in 1 second, so where 10 frames have been executed, I get 1 unit of movement. And the same is true if I've done 100 frames of execution, I still get 1 unit of movement. So I'd like to challenge you to multiply by delta time. So what we're going to do is remember that we can multiply vectors by a floating point value to scale their magnitude. And the way we can do this in C++ is using the star operator. That is how we do multiplication. There's no multiplication sign operator. It would be confused with an X. So we use the star operator to denote multiplication. And I'd like you to compile and test out your results. So multiply by delta time, multiply the speed by delta time, and see what happens. Pause the video and have a go. Okay, welcome back. So it's the platform velocity that we wanted to multiply here. Now, we could pull this out into a separate variable, but in actual fact, we can just put a multiply by delta time at the end of that line, obviously before the semicolon, because it's before the end of the statement. And what's interesting here is that there's a bit of a precedence of operators going on here, in that the multiplication between the platform velocity and delta time is going to happen before the addition to the current location. Now, this follows normal mathematical rules. For a full list of those rules, I'm not going to go into the details of it right here, but you can have a look at the page on order of operations on Wikipedia. There's lots of different rules in different languages, whether it's BODMAS, BIDMAS, PEDMAS, BEDMAS. There's loads of different acronyms, so whichever one you grew up using, that's the one I would recommend you use. For me, it was BODMAS, but you know, in other places it's different. So it's worth noting that we can just write it like this, but if we wanted to make sure that something happens in a different order to that, then you can use parentheses to indicate this. So I could, just to make things clearer, I'm going to put parentheses around this multiplication just to show you that that's what happens first, the multiplication, and then the addition to that. There's loads of different acronyms, so whichever time, multiply the speed by delta time and see what happens. The end of the statement. Delta time. I'm not going to go into the details of it right here, but you can have a look at the page on order of operations on Wikipedia. There's lots of different rules in different languages, whether it's BODMAS, BIDMAS, PEDMAS, BEDMAS. There's loads of different acronyms, so whichever one you grew up using, that's the one I would recommend you use. For me, it was BODMAS, but you know, in other places it's different. So it's worth noting that we can just write it like this, but if we wanted to make sure that something happens in a different order to that, then you can use parentheses to indicate this. So I could, just to make things clearer, I'm going to put parentheses around this multiplication just to show you that that's what happens first, the multiplication, and then the addition to the current location. So let's go over into Unreal and test this out. We're going to hit compile, and when that's done, let's hit play. And now we see the platform's moving at a much more normal speed, because actually it's moving at 1 meter per second, which is okay for a moving platform. So you can see that this has helped us both reduce the speed, but also now this is a frame rate independent speed. If my computer was chugging along because something else going on in the background, this would still look the same and play the same in game. Great stuff. I will see you in the next lecture.
Oof.
Hello and welcome. In this lecture, we're going to be
I was with
calculating
the mic muted, sorry.
The platform has moved from its starting location and displaying it in the editor for us to check and debug. Let's dive in and see how this is done. So currently we've
Distance
seen that we can
moved.
implement the
That's a
first
good
part
one.
of the pseudocode we've written, the move platform forwards.
That's a
now
good
works. So
approach.
it's the send platform back that we've not yet covered. And you can see the first comment there is check how far we've moved. So how do we go about checking how far we've moved since the start of play? Well, there's two components to this. First of all, we need to figure out the difference between two vectors and the distance between the two. And the other thing that we need to figure out is how to keep track of where we started from. Well, the first part is relatively straightforward, thankfully. All we have to do there is go over to our moving platform.h, and we want to create a new variable in here, but not one that is exposed to blueprints for once. This is just a variable for C++ only, so we don't need to put a U property over the top of it. And it's going to be an F vector called start position, or location, to use the same terminology as is used in Unreal. And we're not going to set this to any value off the bat because it wouldn't make any sense. The start location, we don't know it yet, but we will know it in begin play. So that's what we're going to do. We're going to go over to the C++, and in begin play, after the soup begin play bit, we're going to set our start location. So we can say start location. And remember, we don't put the F vector here in front of this because we're trying to refer to a class variable rather than create a local variable. So we're going to set the start location equal to the get actor location, because at the beginning of play, the actor is at the start. So we've set the start location, and that now means we've got a variable that lasts to the entire instance of this class, so we can use it over in tick as well. And we've got a variable that we can try and find the distance between. We can say, hey, how far has the current location deviated from that start location? Well, to be able to do this, I need to add a little bit more C++ syntax to our glossary. First, it's going to be called the scope resolution operator, which is a little bit confusingly named, but actually it's this double colon operator that we've actually seen in our C++ file before. And essentially all it does is it allows you to look inside a class in the same way as the dot operator allows you to look inside an instance of a class. So let's have a look at this in a bit more detail. We know that the tick function belongs to the moving platform class, but it doesn't belong to a particular instance of that class. All instances of moving platform share the same implementation of tick, which is what it means to be a class. So the scope resolution operator here between moving platform and tick is actually telling us that this is the tick that belongs to the moving platform class, in the same way as previously we were using the dot operator to get the x that belongs to, say, the current location. Current location was a particular instance of an f vector, but we can use this to get hold of functions that belong to the f vector class and don't run on a particular instance of that class. So one example is getting the distance between two vectors. The way we do this in Unreal is to use a function that is on the f vector class. So we would do f vector then colon colon to look inside that class at what functions it has available to us. And we can look through, and now I just draw your attention to the autocomplete that's popping up at this point. I haven't mentioned it in the past. But when we are doing these operations, it's actually trying to be smart and tell us what functions are available inside of that f vector class. And you can see there's quite a few of them. The one we are looking for is called dist, short for distance. Now you'll also notice that there is one actually called distance, and that's actually synonymous. We could use either of them, but I'm going to use the shorter one to keep the code more concise. And we can open up the parentheses. And again, the autocomplete comes to our aid in that it's telling us what it takes in as arguments. We can see that the first argument is a f vector 3D, and the second one is an f vector 3D as well. So the fact that it's called f vector 3D here is a little bit weird, but it's basically asking for an f vector. So it's saying if you pass in two arguments, both of them f vectors, I will tell you my return value, that's this bit here on the left-hand side, will be a double. Now, a double is essentially just a more accurate float. So we could essentially say that is a float coming out of here. The expression that we've created creates a float. Awesome. So what we're going to do is we're going to try and find the distance between the start location. So we're going to type start location as the first argument. And then the second one is going to be the current location. Now, don't worry, at this stage, it doesn't actually matter which way we put this round, because the distance between two vectors will be the same whether you start from A to B or B to A. It's always going to be the same distance. So we could have put these either way if you like. So now we've got an expression that returns a float. So I'd like to challenge you to update a U property using this expression so that we can see what its value is. So create a new U property float and call it whatever you like, and then update this every tick with the value of f vector dist, and then play the game and see what happens. Do you get the output that you'd expect? Does it increase as quickly as you'd expect? Pause the video and have a go. Okay, welcome back. So we're going to create, first of all, the new property. So I'm going to put this above our start location so that we group all of the U properties together. I'm going to have a U property, edit anywhere. In actual fact, we don't need to be able to edit this. So you might have imagined that edit anywhere means that you can edit it. Well, we also have a visible anywhere, which doesn't allow us to edit it, but does allow us to see it. So that's what I'm going to use instead. I'm going to leave the category off here for simplicity because we're just using this variable to be able to see what's going on. It's going to be of type float, as I mentioned, and I'm going to call this the distance moved so that it's clear what we're looking at in the inspector. And I'm going to set its default to -1, just so that we know that we've updated it. If it says -1, we know the update hasn't gone through. So I'm going to take this distance moved. We're going to go over into our implementation in tick, and we're going to set distance moved is equal to f vector colon colon distance, so using that scope resolution operator to get hold of the distance function, and then end the line with a semicolon. Okie doke, so we're going to go ahead into Unreal and hit the compile button, and we can go ahead and close the terminal, and we should see this distance moved showing up as -1. You can see it's grayed out because I cannot edit it, because it's visible, not edit anywhere. So let's go ahead and hit play, and we're going to have to make sure we select the moving platform in the outliner, and we can have a look at the distance, not edit. Close the terminal, and then end the line with a semicolon. Moved is equal to f vector in the inspector, and I'm going going to set its default to -1, just so that we know
visible
that we've
anywhere
updated it. If it says
is
-1,
to
we know the
just
update hasn't
show
gone
it.
through. So I'm going to take this distance moved.
That's
We're going
cool.
to go over into our implementation in tick, and we're going to set distance moved is equal to f vector : distance, so using that scope resolution operator to get hold of the distance function, and then end the line with a semicolon. Okie doke, so we're going to go ahead into Unreal and hit the compile button, and we can go ahead and close the terminal, and we should see this distance moved showing up as -1. You can see it's grayed out because I cannot edit it, because it's visible, not edit anywhere. So let's go ahead and hit play, and we're going to have to make sure we select the moving platform in the outliner, and we can have a look at the distance moved here, and you can see the property is rapidly ticking up at about 1, 2, 300 per second. So it's going at the speed that I would expect it to be, namely 100 per second. So looks like a success. We've been able to calculate the distance moved and also visualize it. Great stuff. I'll see you in the next lecture.
back, bitches. Sorry. Boogie boogie bye bye boogie boo. What? What's the declaration of distribution? What? What's the issue? Declaration of distance traveled. Hides class member. Ah, yeah. No. Okay, okay, no. Else play. Oh, I didn't expose the... Oh yeah, I tested this just... Where? I mean... I could set one new property for all variables that I want to do that. This is... dumb language to do that. Makes too much sense to me. Have this same EU property being declared everywhere. Variable inside of it. What if... way too slow. Oh. Caralho. Are we doing now? Yeah, that's all correct. Let's play.
Hello and welcome. In this lecture we're going to be learning about if statements, essentially C++'s branch statements, and we're going to be using it to send our platform backwards and forwards. Let's dive in. So there are a couple of places in the comments now where we mention that we should do something if we've gone too far. How do we do this if? Well, previously in Blueprint, we did that if with a branch node. Now in C++, there is a similar concept, and it's called an if statement. So here's a branch node that we had as an example previously, and you can see we had this variable, it says I'm hungry, it's a boolean, and we could put it into the condition. And then we could have either a true execution branch or a false execution branch, and we could execute code, functions, anything in Blueprint. In C++, it's very similar, except it's textual. So we'd have a variable called I'm hungry, boolean, and we can just say if and have parentheses around that. Then we would open up some curly braces after our if statement, often on the next line. And then within these curly braces, we can execute the stuff that should happen if it is true. So we're saying if I'm hungry, eat junk food while the wife isn't watching. And then we can close our curly braces to say, okay, that's the end of the stuff that should happen conditionally. And then there's an option that if we wanted to put a false branch, if we wanted to connect something up to the false here, then we put an else keyword, and we can start a second set of braces, and in here we could do keep playing video games, and then we can close the braces. Now here we can have as many lines as we like between these braces. It's not necessary that there's just one single line, so you could add a lot of code in here if you want to, or you can just have a single line. And also with the variable in here, it doesn't have to be a variable that plugs into an if statement, it can be any expression that returns a boolean. So you can do a little bit of calling a function in here, you could use an operator to get a different result, so there's a few different options available to us. But before any of that, we need to configure how far this platform's allowed to go before it should turn back. And to do that, we need a U property. We've currently got our distance moved as a visible anywhere. Let's create a new one just above here, a U property that should be edit anywhere because we want to be able to configure it in the editor. And I'll use the same category of moving platform from up above. And then down below here, it's going to be of type float because it's going to be a distance, and I'm going to call it the move distance, like so. We can give it a default value. I'm going to give it 100 units as the default, but then obviously we can override that, change that in the editor. And then we can make use of this over in the C++ file. So the way we're going to do this is we've already got our variable distance moved. I actually want to not be able to observe that anymore, so I'm going to remove the visible anywhere property and the distance moved variable from the header file. Then I'm going to go back into I actually want to not be able to observe that anymore. So I'm going to remove the visible anywhere property and the distance moved variable from the header file. Then I'm going to go back into the C++.
What?
But then obviously we can override that, change that in the editor. And
guy has some issues with names. He said moved distance variable and another one distance moved. What the fuck? What are you doing, Max? What the fuck are you doing?
Then we can make use of this over in the C++ file. So the way we're going to do this is we've already got our variable distance moved. I actually want to not be able to observe that anymore, so I'm going to remove the visible anywhere property and the distance moved variable from the header file. Then I'm going to go back into the C++, and we're going to have to declare it as a local variable instead. So the easy way to just change that is to stick a float in front of distance moved. That basically declares it as a local variable right here inside of tick, which means that we know it's completely fresh each time we use it. So now we need to reverse the direction if we've gone too far. So the
I'm
way we can do this is we
dying.
can use less than or equal to or greater than operators that we've seen in the past as nodes in Blueprint, but now we can use them as operators like we would plus or multiplication. And the way we can do this is to say, okay, well, we've got the distance moved. Is this greater than the move distance? So we can use the greater than symbol, which is this right chevron, and then we can put
Your naming
distance. It looks like I put
convention.
moved distance, but I think it should be the move distance, so I've accidentally had extra D in there.
Yeah, of course, your
You see this expression here
naming convention is
returns
so
a
bad,
boolean.
my
So we can
dude.
actually use it inside our if statement. So what we can do is we can say if space open brackets, and then I'm going to cut this expression and paste it into those brackets. So it's saying if the distance moved is greater than the move distance, then essentially we want to reverse the direction. So that's what we're doing this comment for. We want to reverse the direction of motion. And to reverse the direction of motion, we've got a platform velocity. So let's set the platform velocity to the negative of itself, basically reversing its direction. So platform velocity equals negative platform velocity. So that's going to basically flip the arrow of the velocity. I'm going to put a semicolon on the end of that line. And let's see if this if statement actually works as we intend it to. Let's go over into the editor and hit compile. And now that that's completed successfully, we can go ahead and hit play and see what happens. So I'm expecting it to go forward and backwards pretty much as it's doing, and that's pretty good. Now, what's actually going on is it's going a little bit past its starting point. The reason for that, so if we have a look, that's the starting point, and if I go and hit play and look to the side from the same angle where my player is standing, you can see it's going the same distance from the starting point in each direction. And that's because when we look at what's being calculated here, the distance moved is from a start location that never changes. We never update that start location, so we're going in the negative direction. We're then going to travel past it the same amount as we traveled the other way. So that's not how I want my platform to work. So I'm going to challenge you to update your start location. We're going to be doing that inside the if statement, so it's only going to happen when we reach the end of our travel. And you're going to set it to the current location, so that basically we reset our starting point to the other side.
Why?
And then we can be traveling in the opposite direction. So test the results and see if it works as you expect. Pause video and have a go. Okay, welcome back. So we're going to, after we've reversed the velocity here, it doesn't actually matter whether it's after or before because
okay, I understand why.
We're going to set the start location equal to the current location, which essentially means that in the next frame, the distance moved is going to be 0, because we know that the distance between the start location and itself will be 0. Let's go back into Unreal, hit the compile button, and when that's done, let's hit play and see what happens now. So I expect this to go forwards and backwards, there you go, about the same amount of units. Always going back to its starting location, not going back any further, which is fantastic. Just what I wanted to happen. So that's it for this lecture. We've learned how to use our if statements and Boolean expressions in order to do that, and we've allowed that to send our platform back and forth. Great stuff. I'll see you in the next lecture. Hello and welcome. In this lecture, we're going to be introducing member functions and this getSafeNormal function that will allow us to get hold of the direction of a particular vector. Let's dive in and see how this works. So our simple method for sending the platform back in the opposite direction is working at the speeds we've tested it out at. But what happens if I say, hey, let's make this platform go 10 times faster? Let's go ahead and play, see what happens. Well, suddenly that platform's jumped forward quite a lot, and it's not hovering around the same location as it was before. And the reason for this is because the current location, when we set it as the start location, isn't necessarily exactly the distance moved. We could have overshot, and that is captured here in the if statement. We're saying that the distance moved is greater than the move distance, which means that we will have overshot. We have to have overshot in order to have triggered this if statement, but the question is by how much, and that's going to depend very much on how large the delta time is. We can overshoot by quite large amounts, especially if the platform velocity is large, which means that our start location may drift over time. It may not stay constant. So the better way to do this would be to calculate how far we need to move from the original start location to get to the new one using the exact move distance. So let's try and visualize this back and forth calculation. We're saying we've got a platform and its start location over here. We say it's got a velocity, which we can represent with an arrow that is a direction and a size. And it's also got a distance that we want it to move. We'll just represent it by this brace here. Now, what we're saying is we would like to figure out the exact point where the platform would be at the end, not overshot, but just exactly the end location. Now, the way we can do this is by taking the direction of that velocity arrow. So in vector parlance, this is called the normal of the arrow, and it basically takes it down to being of size 1. So we get the direction, but a size of 1. So that allows us to know, discount essentially the size of the velocity, how fast we're going. And then what we can do is we can multiply that direction by the quantity of our distance to give us an arrow that gives us the whole movement from the start location right to the end location exactly. So let's have a look at how we can do this in C++. What we're looking for is a new start location. So let's remove how we're currently doing this, and we're going to have a start location equal to. Well, what is it going to be equal to? Well, it's going to be equal to, first of all, the start
I don't
location
understand
plus
this.
something, because we're starting of
Again.
a particular vector.
Go again.
Hello and welcome. In this lecture, we're going to be introducing member functions and this getSafeNormal function that will allow us to get hold of the direction of a particular vector. Let's dive in and see how this works. So our simple method for sending the platform back in the opposite direction is working at the speeds we've tested it out at. But what happens if I say, hey, let's make this platform go 10 times faster? Let's go ahead and play, see what happens. Well, suddenly that platform's jumped forward quite a lot, and it's not hovering around the same location as it was before. And the reason for this is because the current location, when we set it as the start location, isn't necessarily exactly the distance moved. We could have overshot, and that is captured here in the if statement. We're saying that the distance moved is greater than the move distance, which means that we will have overshot. We have to have overshot in order to have triggered this if statement, but the question is by how much, and that's going to depend very much on how large the delta time is. We can overshoot by quite large amounts, especially if the platform velocity is large, which means that our start location may drift over time. It may not stay constant. So the better way to do this would be to calculate how far we need to move from the original start location to get to the new one using the exact move distance. So let's try and visualize this back and forth calculation. We're saying we've got a platform at its start location over here. We say it's got a velocity, which we can represent with an arrow that is a direction and a size. And it's also got a distance that we want it to move. We'll just represent it by this brace here. Now, what we're saying is we would like to figure out the exact point where the platform would be at the end, not overshot, but just exactly the end location. Now, the way we can do this is by taking the direction of that velocity arrow. So in vector parlance, this is called the normal of the arrow, and it basically takes it down to being of size 1. So we get the direction, but a size of 1. So that allows us to know, discount essentially the size of the velocity, how fast we're going. And then what we can do is we can multiply that direction by the quantity of our distance to give us an arrow that gives us the whole movement from the start location right to the end location exactly. So let's have a look at how we can do this in C++. What we're looking for is a new start location. So let's remove how we're currently doing this, and we're going to have a start location equal to. Well, what is it going to be equal to? Well, it's going to be equal to, first of all, the start location plus something, because we're starting from here and we're adding this green vector to get to the end. So what's that green vector there? Well, that's where we need to get the normal of the platform velocity, and just to make it easier for us to understand, I'm going to split that into its own variable. So we're going to create a new variable of type fvector, which I am going to call the move direction, just to make it super clear what it is that we're trying to store in it. And then we're going to get this from the platform velocity dot get safe normal, and then some parentheses around the end. So what's going on here? We haven't seen this before. We've used dot to get hold of the components of a vector, the x, y, and z. Those were variables. But in C++ and in object-oriented programming in general, we also have functions that exist on classes. So we can use the dot operator to get hold of one of those. We've used the : when we've been trying to get it out of the class itself. But when we want to do an operation with the actual vector itself, so platform velocities vector, we can use the dot operator to get the normal of that vector. So that's what we're doing here using a member function instead of a member variable. So we've got the safe normal of that platform velocity, and we'll put semicolon at the end of the line, because here we've got a variable that's essentially, we're saying that's the move direction. So now we can use that in the subsequent line to do a move direction multiplied by the move distance that's configured because we want to move exactly to the end, not overshoot. And then after we've done that, we should actually move our platform to the end location. So we're going to do a set actor location to be the start location, because otherwise our platform will have overshot and gone past that end location because we'll have updated it with the current location, which is the overshot location. So that allows us to move exactly to the endpoint and then start from that new starting location. Now, it's important that we update the platform velocity after we do all of this because we're using it to get hold of the move direction. So I'm going to update the platform velocity after we set the actor location. Now let's go back into Unreal and hit compile and see if this has fixed the problem with our platform moving backwards and forwards. Let's close down this terminal and hit play. And now if we have a look, the platform's moving quickly, but it is moving reliably around the start and end location we would expect. So that's all I wanted to cover in this lecture. We just corrected a little bit.
I don't understand this. Fuck. Concepts are very hard for me to wrap my head around it. What if I do like... I remove that. Just use oh shit, okay. I understand the issue now, I guess. Okie dokie.
Bug that could have cropped up for some of our platform configurations. I'll see you in the next one. Hello and welcome. In this lecture we're going to be making moving platforms that look a little bit more visually appealing like this by using Blueprint child classes of a C++ class. Let's dive in and see how it works. So enough with this white cube. Let's start using some of the assets from our asset pack. Now, with these moving platforms, we don't want to be reconfiguring them every single time that we create them, so this is where Blueprint classes come in handy. We can put a lot of the configuration into our blueprints. So what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to delete out of the scene our current moving platform, because I want to show you how we can create a new Blueprint base class for these. So we've done this very similar process with the BP third person character that we're using. This is a Blueprint class based off of another class. Now we can do this based off of our C++ classes. So we go to our content drawer, and there's a few ways of doing this, but this is one of them. We can go to the C++ classes, go to Obstacle Assault, and right click on the moving platform class that we've got in here and go create Blueprint class based on moving platform. So go ahead and do that. I'm going to call it BP_moving platform and put it in the root of content, then hit create blueprint class. And then it's going to pop open the blueprint editor that we are now familiar with. So I'm going to close my content browser, and here you can see that we've got the details pane with all of the settings that we have for our moving platform, and including the move distance, etc. We've also added in a default scene root component because we didn't have a component within here. So an actor needs to have some sort of component, otherwise it's not got a location, which that's why we had to add our cube component in the previous instance. So what I'm wanting to do here is actually bring in some of the assets from our learning kit. So if we go to our content drawer, to the content folder, we'll go to the learning kit and then have a look at assets, and let's have a look at props. Well, there's lots of things, lots of folders in here. So what I'm actually going to do is filter, go to the filter button and look for the static mesh filter. And that's going to show us all of the static meshes down under the learning kit. And in my case, I want to make a kind of stone pillar. So there's a few ways I could go about this, but I think this kit floor is one possible avenue to explore. And the other way to have a look at this, of course, is we've got the assets in our scene. So let's go and fly over to this other platform here. Go over to the floating island, and we can have a look at what assets are available. I can see that there's a stone floor that I'm liking the look of. If I click on that and have a look at the static mesh in use, you can see it's this static mesh kit floor mesh. Okay, so that's what I'm looking for in the content drawer, and I could remove the filter if I want to do it that way, and I could look for the kit underscore floor, I think it was. And that's the one that we want. There's two versions, actually. So let's have a little look at the differences between them. It looks like the second one is a bit more fleshed out. There's certainly more properties when I'm hovering over it. In fact, there's even some levels of detail. There's 4 levels of detail where there's only 1 for the other. So I'm going to go for the second one, and I'm going to drag it into the viewport. And you can see it gets added in as a component underneath this default scene root component, which is just fine. We don't have to make this kit the absolute center of the whole class. It doesn't have to be the root component. We can attach it to the root. And that actually allows us to move the center of the platform so that the center is in the actual middle of the platform rather than being at wherever the center is for this particular static mesh. So that's what I've done. I've moved my platform over to be a little bit off center. I'm also going to make this into a platform that goes up and down. So selecting the actor in the components panel or clicking on class defaults in the toolbar, I'm going to go and change some of the properties in the moving platform section. So our platform velocity, I'm going to make it go up and down. So I'm going to give it 200 velocity going up, 0 going across, and I'm going to give it a move distance of 500 to start off with, and let's see how that looks. I'm going to bring a moving platform actually into my scene. So let's go to the scene, go to the outliner, search for the third person character and double click on him to bring us back to this other island. Then I'm going to go to the content drawer, go to the root of content, cancel out my search, and drag in our BP moving platform. So there we go, we've got a moving platform in here, and if I hit play, you can see that it is going indeed up and down like this. And if I put 2 of them in the scene, so I drag in another one, you'll see that they both react in the same way, and they both are linked because of that blueprint class that they both share. So I'd like to challenge you to customize your own platform here. You may choose to go with the approach I'm going with, or you may go entirely different. You can also create more than one blueprint variant class so that your moving platforms could be some that float, some that go side to side, some that are pillars coming out of the ground. I'm going to go for the rock pillar coming out of the ground as the idiom. So and if you want to follow along, that's your challenge as well, to make it a pillar emerging from the floor. What we're going to have to do is look for some appropriate components from the kit that could be the sides of the pillar. And then we're going to drag them into the blueprint class, and we're going to position them in place so that they form the base underneath that floor component that we've already put in. So pause the video and have a go at making your own rising pillar. Okay, welcome back. So let's stop playing with our rising pillar. I'm going to go over to the BP moving platform. In fact, I'm going to go over into the scene view first of all, and I'm going to travel over to the other island here by right-clicking on it and going snap view to object. So I snap right to that island, and then we're going to look for different walls that I could use. Okay, so there's a few rocky walls here that I'm seeing. That could be a good component. You could also put little holes in the wall if you wanted to. There's some kind of sloping roof, but that's kind of already at an angle.
This is cool.
That might not be the ideal. There's also, we could use these
upturned
islands. These
that
could be
we
used
are
as part of a more rocky and craggy base.
we're able to make
for a slightly more
C++
boring wall.
class that has all this functionality. Way more comfortable writing stuff like directly in the code than I am the other way around of using blueprints. Yeah. That I can derive a blueprint from the C++ Oh, this is so cool. Ryder is awesome. Oh.
So I'm just going to use the kit wall. Let's go over to the moving platform. I'm going to open up the content drawer and look for kit_wall. And then using, let's find which element is the most appropriate. I think it's this one here. It's got 4 levels of detail, so that's the one I want. And I'm going to drag it into the world, and I'm going to need a couple of them. But let's start off with just the one. So I'm going to position it down and across from our platform, like so. And then I'm going to duplicate it with just a Control-C, Control-V, and then I can rotate using the Rotate tool. There you go, it's made the other side automatically. Now let's go and paste it again. Use the Move tool to just flip it over to the other side here. And I'm not being too careful with positioning because I think it's rocky, it can be a little bit haphazard. Then I'm going to copy the one side that's already aligned and bring it over to the other. So in total, we have about 4 wall elements, like so. And then what we're going to do is we're going to take all 4 of them, and we're going to copy them, paste them, and we're going to drag them on down to be the elements down below as well, so that this is a nice tall rocky pillar that should allow us to pop out of the ground. And I'm just going to do one more level down so that we can use it in particularly tall situations. And then we're going to go and save, go back over to the main level. We're going to go double click on our third person character to zoom us back and hit play. And now these 2 rocky pillars that I've got are popping in and out of the ground just fine. You can see they're going in sync with each other. We could work on changing that if we wanted to, but they are going up and down and both have sides to them, so I can't get trapped underneath. And it also gives them a bit of a sense of grounding rather than looking like magical floaty platforms. Great stuff. So we've learnt about how we can create blueprint child classes off of C++ classes. I will see you in the next lecture.
Let me do my thingy. Iris 10. I set it. Okay. Okay. Perfect. Bitch. Okay. Play this motherfucker. Wow. Beautiful. Perfect. You win. Perfect. Something here. Grab this. Bagading bagadung. Very, very messy. Oh, I see, because they are not. Do it like a brother, do it like a dude. Oh no! What? Crash my everything. Very annoying to me is the better. Yes, yes. Speed, velocity, impulse. Okay. Very cool, very cool.
Hello and welcome. In this lecture, we're going to be setting up our own little obstacle assault course, and we're going to be implementing these little pusher platforms here that will push our character off. We're going to have to implement a few little fixes to our character class in order to do this. So let's dive in and see what they are. So another type of puzzle I'd like to include using this basic moving platform component is to have a pusher that will basically push us off of a ledge. Now the way that I want to do this is take this cube here, I think it's called Puzzle Cube A, and that can be the cube that is essentially the pusher, and we're going to configure it slightly differently from the moving platform. So let's go ahead and navigate back to our platform, so I can right click and actually click go here, which takes my camera kind of to focus on it. And then what we can do is go to our content drawer, to the C++ classes, clear my search, go to Obstacle Assault, right click on the moving platform and create a new blueprint class based on it. This time I'm going to call it the BP_pushing cube, like so. I'm going to put it in the root of content and click create blueprint class. Now I can close my content browser, I'm not sure why it keeps wanting to bring that one up. And I'm going to go to the content drawer, go to the root of content and search for the puzzle cube, all one word. And we're looking for the Puzzle Cube A, so that's this one here, the mesh. I'm going to drag in to our blueprint class and then close the content drawer, close my compiler results so I can see the viewport a little bit better. And I actually want to scale this cube up because by default it's actually quite small. I'm going to make it at least 10 times bigger in every dimension. So I'm going to hit the little padlock next to the scale property so that each of these basically scales the same. And I'm going to change one of them to 10 and then the other two will scale up to 10 as well. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to change the direction of movement. So it's currently moving in the X direction. And if we look in our scene, you can see that that's basically the forward direction. I want to move it side to side. Obviously, we could rotate it once we put it in the scene, and it wouldn't matter so much.
Like a brother, do it like a dude. Can do it like a man. 1,000.
but I'm going to change it to 0 in the X, and it needs to be reasonably fast for it to be an obstacle that we need to avoid, so I'm going to make it 300. And I'm going to make the move distance fairly large too, so I'm going to make it at least 500 to start with, and obviously this can be then configured again once we place this in the level. So let's save that, go into our level and try and place this cube. I'm going to cancel out my search in the content drawer, go to the root of content and drag in a pushing cube. It's absolutely massive. I definitely got the scale way off, so let's go back to the blueprint class for the pushing cube, go look at the scale property, and maybe we just want to make it 4 times larger. And note that I'm doing this with the scale lock on, so I'm making it 4 times larger in every dimension. And go back into the level, and this is looking a lot more reasonable now. So you can see that it's actually clipping into the ground a little bit. So what we can do is we could either solve this by lifting up the cube in the world, or we could do it once and for all and actually lift it up in the pushing cube class instead. So I think we're going to need to lift it up by about, let's start dragging up and see what looks sane. I think about 200 puts it on the ground plane. So save that, go back into our scene, and there you go. It looks like it is correct now. I'm just going to move it so that it's going to overlap with our player. Let's go ahead and hit play. And you can see it's moving backwards and forwards. It's not moving very far backwards and forwards, so I think we do need to change that. Let's go back to the class, go to the class defaults, and make the move distance. I think it's going to need to be at least 1500, like so. And we might want to set the move direction in the opposite direction, although that could just be a matter of preference. So let's go back to our main window and drag the cube over to the left instead, because that's the direction it's going to be moving in. Let's hit play, and there we go. It's going past very slowly, so I'm not happy with the speed. Let's change that speed. I think it needs to be at least 3 times faster, so let's make it 900, hit play, and there you go. We've got a bit more of a challenge. However, we've also got a bug. Our character doesn't really get pushed in a very sensible or nice way by this pushing cube. You can see it glitches, it's not smooth. However, I would like to draw your attention to a little workaround. If I'm trying to move while it hits me, you notice that it actually does it all very smoothly. And that is because the character code doesn't actually check for collisions unless you are trying to move. So there's a little bit of a workaround for us to do this. We're going to go to our BP third-person character that we've created. Now, the way you can get to this is either via the content drawer, or you can select the character in the scene, go to the details pane, go to the blueprint button, and hit Open Blueprint Editor. And what we want to do is essentially every single tick, we want to move the character a little bit to the left and then a little bit back to the right. Now,
but that sounds like a fucking workaround.
Character movement component. So select that in the components pane. Then
this is not a bug fixing, you are introducing a bug.
Or you can select the character in the scene, go to the details pane, go to the blueprint button, and hit Open Blueprint Editor. Very slowly, so I'm not happy with the speed. Let's change that, hit play, and there you go. We've got a bit more of a challenge. However, we've also got a bug. Our character doesn't really get pushed in a very sensible or nice way by this pushing cube. You can see it glitches, it's not smooth. However, I would like to draw your attention to a little workaround. If I'm trying to move while it hits me, you notice that it actually does it all very smoothly. And that is because the character code doesn't actually check for collisions unless you are trying to move. So there's a little bit of a workaround for us to do this. We're going to go to our...
I are cheating, dude.
BP third-person character that we've created. Now, the way you can get to this is either via the content drawer, or you can select the character in the scene, go to the details pane, go to the blueprint button, and hit Open Blueprint Editor. And what we want to do is essentially every single tick, we want to move the character a little bit to the left and then a little bit back to the right. Now, the way we're going to do this is using a component on the character called the character movement component. So select that in the components pane, then right-click in your blueprint event graph, and then search for move updated component. Essentially what this function does is it tells the movement component that it should use its character movement rules to move the character around. So you can see that it takes a delta, which basically says this is how far you should move, and it has a sweep, which tells us that it should look out for any collisions along the way. So we can make it do a very straightforward movement of basically 1 centimeter in the X and Y. It doesn't so much matter whether it moves in the Z because we're not looking for those collisions really. then we can take the tick and drag the execution pin into our move updated component. And if we left it like this, it would be problematic because gradually our character would be drifting. Let me show you. If I hit play, you can see that the character is gradually 1 centimeter at a frame at a time is drifting his way across the scene. So what we need to do is also move back. So dragging our character movement component down here, I'm going to drag off of this pin again and look again for the move updated component. I'm going to thread in the execution pin so that it gets called after the first move updated component, and then I'm going to make the delta -1 in the X and -1 in the Y. So the end result will be that nothing seems to have happened. However, because we've forced the movement component to look for these collisions with the sweep, it's going to react smoothly to the pusher. So let's go ahead and hit play and go and stand in the path of our pusher, and you can see we very smoothly get nudged just out of the way like so. So I'd like to challenge you to make an obstacle course of your own using this pusher and moving platform components that we put together here. So here's the example of the obstacle course.
Yeah, but now the character doesn't turn around. Minutes.
In my prototype, you can see I've got some moving platforms to raise me up onto a little island, so you can use one of these islands and scale it down as a platform, and then I've got the pushers moving backwards and forwards that I have to make
I'm not
my
doing
way
that.
through.
I don't care
And then
about
there's rotating platforms, but we're going to get to that later, so don't worry. But we've got these pushers and we've got the moving platforms. So have a go. You can try and replicate this, or if you're feeling creative and want to try something different, then please go ahead and create your own obstacle course, because that's always really exciting to see. And if you do create something unique, please share it in the discussions so that we can all have a look and get inspired. So pause the video and have a go. Okay, welcome back. So now that we've got our pushers working, let's make something a bit interesting, shall we? So I'm going to take this platform and actually rotate it around so we've got a bit more length to our setup, and I'm going to drag it along so the character is right at the end of the platform. And again, I'm going to take these two moving platforms and position them one after the other, and one of them I'm going to add 1000 to its Z-axis. And I'm going to send it moving in the opposite direction, so these two platforms should meet somewhere around the middle. Then I'm going to duplicate the floating island that we're standing on, so by alt-clicking and dragging. I'm going to rotate it just so it doesn't immediately look obviously the same platform. I'm going to drag it out, and I'm going to rescale it a little bit so that we can fit it on top of the other platform, because ultimately what I want to happen is that once we get on top of this upper platform, we get pushed down, so we don't die, but it gives us a view. Instead of being 9, it's going to be minus 900, and now that in just a second. But yeah, it's a little bit challenging, but it is doable. We could definitely get through those. I'm not doing it very well at the moment, but we could definitely get through those cubes if we wanted to. So the next thing to do is fix that little bug. Now, the issue here is that when we called move updated component, we're setting a rotation in here that is not our character's rotation, which means that it's always going to put us facing forwards. So the easy way to fix this is to right-click and do Get Actor Rotation, and simply pass the actor rotation in to the new rotation for move updated component. You can pass it in to both of them, but the one that really matters is that we'd be doing it for the last one. So we can go ahead and play now, and we should be able to see that we can indeed now rotate our character as appropriate. Well, great stuff. In this lecture, we have fixed a little bit of a collision bug with our character, and we've set up a little bit of an obstacle assault course for us to get started. I hope you've had fun, and I'll see you in the next lecture. Hello and welcome. In this lecture, we're going to learn about the game mode class in Unreal, and we're going to see how that allows us to right-click and use the play from here menu item to start from anywhere in our level. Very useful for playtesting. Let's dive in and see how this works. So one thing we don't typically do in Unreal is actually have our character in the world when we start. We've seen in the past that often that character gets spawned in from a player start point. And the reason for this, among other things, is that it allows us to be a bit more flexible about how the...
Hate this. Work around for the moving platform. Okay, I think that's it for today. Bye!